Yes, hello guys, welcome back. Code with SGM here. In this video, I'll be sharing with you guys about how you'll be able to build your POS application or a point of sale application by the help of tile stack, which means we are going to use and build a full stack application by using Tailwind, CSS, Alpine JS, Laravel, and Livewire. So this video you'll see me working mostly with Livewire. So our application will be basing on Livewire, which we all know that Livewire has built on top of Alpine JS. So basically that's why this becomes the tile stack application. And with the help of Filament PHP, which will be Filament version 4, which has been released a couple of days before. So you will see me working on these two documents. So you'll see I'll be on this documentation of Filament and also on Livewire. And on database side, I'll use XAMPP as my database. So I'll use XAMPP as my database. And on development, I'll use Laravel HUD as my local development environment. So if you have any other local development environment and is quite different from mine, I'll recommend you to find a way to be on the same page with me so that your application will run smooth and without any problem. But if your environment allows you to run it as I do, that's cool and well. So after saying so, without further ado, I want to show you the demo of what we are going to build in this video. And here is our Laravel 12 POS application, which was made by TileStack. Okay, and here I'll try to log in. Basically, if you visit the welcome page, you'll see something like this. So it will have you the login and register. So you can register a new user, but because I have a testing user, so I'll just use the tested example user and log in to my system. After login successful to my system, here on the dashboard, you can see I have these good looking stats which are shown on these widgets. So you can see I have a simplest widgets. So the first widget shows that the numbers of items that we have on our application, the number of users, and the number of sales that we have. Down here we have another widget, which is a table widget, and all of these widgets are coming from Filament PHP. But then we are using those inside our Livewire application. And here you can see this is our widget that shows the latest sales that have occurred on our system. Okay, and for the authentication part, we have used the Livewire starter kit. So if you have never used the Livewire starter kit before, so this will be the best way and the best video for you to understand it. And after that, our application have two theme, basically because we are using Livewire starter kit. So this theme comes by default, so you can use the light mode and you can use the dark mode. So if you want light mode, you can see the dashboard how it looks like, and if you go back to the dark mode, and that's how it is. Okay, so after being able to see these details, when the user will log into the system, can have an option to do a sale, which will visit this page called the POS or point of sale. So on POS here, the user can see the list of all products. So this will be the product catalog. So here you can see the user can be able to scroll and find any item that they want to sell. On the right side, they will have the checkout page or the checkout panel, which will have the the cart, where all the items that will be added by clicking add to cart, they will be shown here. After that, the user can be able to select the customer name that they want, but this is not really required. The same way to payment method. Okay, after that, they can be able to apply a flat discount. When I say flat discount, means you just put the number here and not the percentage. So for example, you give a percentage of 5%, so you have to find the 5% of that amount and put it like this one. So maybe this should be a dollar or any other currency that you want. So that's what I was saying. So this should be a flat amount. Okay, and down here you will see you will have the subtotal, the tax. So this will be just a placeholder because I don't implement anything about the tax, so I just showed you the placeholder for how the tax should be. And also we have the total before discount, and then we will have the discount, and then we will have the final total after discount, and then we will see we'll have the change given. So this has come because we have put something like here. So let me just remove that. Okay, so now that's cool. Yep, so here we have the change given, and here is where you will put the paid amount, and after that you are going to have the complete sell button. So for now, this has all the validations. So for example, before you add anything here, the user may try to click complete sell. So here you will see we will get a notification saying that the user cannot do a sell because the cart is empty, like that way. Okay, so you can see that is the failed sale, your cart is empty. So after that means that in order for your user to be able to sell, they have to have any of the item on the cart. Okay, so at least one item on the cart. So now from this side, the user can add that item here by just clicking here. The item image, this is just a placeholder, but you can implement the image functionality. So on this video, I'll not show you that, so you can just add that on your own. But down here, you have the item name, you have one SKU, so this will be the SKU of your item, and then we have the price of that specific items. So if you want to search for the item, let's say you can just put here, let's say new item, so you can see that is the item. And if you want to add it on your cart, just click add cart, and you can see the item was populated here. You can add more items, so we can say, let's say add this one too. Now you can see you can also be able to add another one, see, and here you can see the subtotal, the tax, the total before discount, and the final total. Here the user can be able to update the quantities. So for example, they can add one quantity on here, and after adding the quantity down here, the values will be updating. Okay, so now you can see the final total is 511.8. So if I remove one, now you can see it becomes a little bit lower. So that's how cool it is. But also the user can be able to remove the item from the cart like that way, and now you can see. So this cart works just cool as you can imagine. Okay, now we have the customer here, so the user can be able to select a customer, also the payment method. Okay, but also you may want to apply a discount. So here, let's say we give the discount of 5, so you can find that. So I'll just put here a random number. So for example, just say it will be $20, and then this will only be applied here when you leave this field. So when you just leave the focus on this field, so this will change. So you can see this will be populated. So if I click outside like this, now you can see the amount has been applied, and here it has been changed. So you can see the total before discount and after discount. Okay, now you can put here the amount the user has paid. For example, instead of paying 433, the user can pay you 500. So if that happened, that's where we get the change to be given. And the same here, it will just be applied if I click outside. So when we leave the focus on this field, so if I click outside like this, now you can see the change given and the total. So if you take this one minus this one, you will get this one. Okay, so that's how cool this page works. So now if I click complete sale, remember I've sold those two items. So if I click complete sale, so you can see success sale, the sale was made successful, and the cart has been resetted to empty. You can see, and I have nothing here, and you can continue to add more and more items and sell your item. So to see the details or the history of what you have sold, you can come here on sales, and here you will see the list of all sales that you have made. Okay, so we have sold 2 items for this amount. We are given the discount of 20, and the user paid this one, so the change given will be this one minus this one. Okay, and here the user can be able to see the payment method, the sold items list, and also the customer. But also they can be able to delete the details of the sales if they don't want. For example, they can be able to delete this one, confirm, and now you can see the sale deleted successful. After that, this cell is populated by the list of items. So these items, how do you add these items to your system? So you have here the inventory management. On here you have the items, where you will find the list of all items that you have in your system. From here you can be able to add a new item. For example, you can add a new item like this, and you can remember this name. So let me submit, and you can see item created. Now if you go back here, and if I try to search that item here, you can see that item was created successful, but it doesn't have any inventory. Means that when you go to the POS here and try to search it, you will not find it. So you cannot sell the item that does not have any stock. Okay, so that's where the inventory comes in. So here, if you search that item, you will not find it here. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a new inventory. We are going to search for that specific item. So it will be that one, and I'll click it, and I'll add a certain amount of quantity that I have. Okay, so now let's save. Now inventory created. Now if I go back to the item and search for that item, now you can see it has an inventory of 100, but also the price is this one. Also the item is active. Okay, so now this active status is important, because if you make it inactive and save, when you go to POS and try to sell the same item, you will not see it, because that item is inactive, means that it is not allowed to be sold. Okay, so now in order for that item to be sold, means you have to make that item to be active. Okay, so change that and submit. Now you can see the item was updated, and now if you go back here and search for that item, now you will see that, and you can be able to sell it and pay the amount if the user wants to pay for that, so they can just put here something, so it will be like that, and complete the sale, and now sale was made. So if we go back here and search for that particular item, you will see the inventory has been reduced by the item quantity that we sold. So if you go to the sales, now you will see that item has been added here on the sale. You see, the the payment method and the customer were not populated because we didn't select any of them. Okay, so that's how cool this application works. So those were items and inventory and sales, but also we have this other functionality. So we have the manage customers, means that this is where you are going to manage the customers that you see from here. So the customer list that you see here, it is managed on here. So for example, you can add a new customer, you can edit, you can delete. Okay, so for example, I'll just update this one, so to show you that this works as we want. So for example, this the first customer, we are called Will, then Sears. So now let's update that to if submit, and now if we go back here and try to refresh and select, now you will see we have if order, which is this name that we have added. Same way to the payment methods. So this payment method will be working very fine. So you can just update any of these. You can delete any of this. So for example, I can delete that, and from here now you see you have it. But if we refresh, and you will see it was gone. Okay, so that's how cool this application works. But also you can be able to manage the users, so the users of your listing. So you have the role of admin or cashier, but in these particular videos I didn't show you how to manage these roles, on how they can access or do not access any of these resources. So for the moment, this is what we are going to build, and this will mark me the go ahead to go to the coding session. So for those who are new to the channel, consider to subscribe, like the video, share, and comment if you get anything that you think I should do or improve or anything. Just put the comment there, and then we can discuss there. Yeah, so see you on the next session, where I'll be showing you how to build this application from scratch, and I'll show you how to integrate Filament PHP into your Livewire application. So see you. All right, welcome to the coding session. So I'll start to create my new Laravel project, which will be Laravel 12. And here, as you can see, I am using Laravel HUD as my development environment. So to create a new Laravel project in your Laravel HUD, you can click this add new site. So I'll click add, and here it will give you two options, and I will select a new Laravel project. So this will start a fresh Laravel project. So I'll say next, and from this option you can see you have option to select any of these starter kits, or you can stick with none if you don't want to use any of these authentication starter kits. So for this project, as I've mentioned in my introduction, I'll use Livewire. So I'll just use Livewire starter kit, and then I'll click next. From this section, I'll give my project name, so I'll call it Laravel 12 POS application, and then I'll use the Laravel built-in authentication, and from here I'll not use Laravel Vault, and I will just show you on my next video how I'll explain to you the Laravel Vault, but for now let me stick with no, and then I'll say next. So the testing framework, I'll stick with PEST, so I'll just say next. and this will start to create our project in your local development environment. So let's give it a time. When this will be done, we'll continue with our video. Alright, so you can see here our application was created successfully. So now let's start to build our application. So the first thing, I'll open this on my VS Code, which is my text editor. You can use any text editor of your choice. Okay, so after my application was opened successfully in my VS Code, then let me open the .env file, and in here I just want to change this one because I want to use MySQL as my database. So I'll change that driver from SQLite to MySQL, and then I'll change the database name to be Laravel POS. Alright, and after that, now let me open my terminal, and then from the terminal here, I'm going to run migration so that my new database will be set up successfully. So from here you can see I'm running this command php and migrate. Okay, so this will ask me if I want to create that new database, so I'll say yes, and you can see it has created these default migrations. And now if we visit our database here, and if I refresh, now I can see there is a new database here called the Laravel POS, and opening it, you will see these tables. So you can see we have these tables by default. Okay, so now the next step is for us to be able to start creating our database. So we want to set up our database. So the first thing will be to create our models. So I'll start by creating the following models. So I'll clear my terminal. It's clear. Okay. Now we can start to create our models. So php make model. Then the first model will be item, and I'll create its migration, its factory, and then I'll click enter. So means that I'll create a migration file and also the factory for this item, so that I can be able to generate dummy data for our items. So let me click enter. Okay, so this command has created 3 files. So we have the item.php in our models, we have factory, and also we have migration file. So let's create another table or model, which should be inventory. So let's create that. Okay, and now let's create another one, which should be customers. So let me create customer, and then let me create a payment method, and then let me create a table called sales, and then we will finish by creating another table called the sales item. Okay, so this should be sales item. Okay, so you can see those are the files that you have created. Now that's all the models that we need. So now let's open each of these files and start to edit. So the first files, I will start to edit the models. So I'll start by editing the item model. So here you can see we already included the factory, so that's why we have this trait of has factory. Okay, so now the next step is to add the fillable attribute. So here we'll say protected fillable. Then we are going to have an array here, but these fields should be populated out from our migration. So let's open the migration file, which is this one, and then I'll close this sidebar so that we can be able to see what I'm writing here. So I'll just paste some of the fields that I've already prepared for you guys so that we cannot spend a lot of time here. Okay, so here I have the name, I have an SKU, which will help you to identify our items in a unique way. Also we have a price for that specific item, and also we have a status of that item. So you can add more fields as you wish. So you can add fields like okay, so you can add other more fields like images. You can add fields like some of the variations between those items and so on. So I just made this to be simple so that we can be able to finish our project in a simple way. Okay, so now after adding those fields, now let's go to the other migration. But before doing that, let's add these fields to our model. So let's add them in our model. So we have a name, we have SKU, we have price, and we have I don't know what we call it, status. Okay, so we have status. Okay, after adding those two fields, now let's go to another migration, which is inventory. Okay, so from here we are going to have a foreign key, which will be our foreign ID, which should be item ID, and then it will be constrained item table, and then we can null on delete. So means that we can just delete here. We can just cascade on delete, because when the item will be deleted on your database, means even the inventories are not useful. So we can just delete them when the item will be deleted. Okay, so also we are going to have another field which should be integer, and this should be quantity. So this will store the quantity of your items. Okay, so these are for inventory. Now let's go to the inventory model and add those fields in our fillable property. So protected, fillable. So here we have item ID, and also we have quantity. Terminate there. Okay, and now here you are supposed to have some of the relationships. So I'll add those relationships after adding all of these migrations. So now let me close this that are already done. So after inventory, now let's go to the customer. Okay, but before going further, I just want to make sure here by default we need to make sure that this should be 0. Okay, and in our item I want to update this status. So instead of being string, I just want to make it to be enum. So here I'm going to have active and inactive. I guess that sounds good, so that we can be able to use enums in our Laravel application. So this will be a good start. Okay, now let's go back to customer, and from here we are going to have the following fields. So we are going to have the name of that customer, the email, and also the phone number. Now let's add those in our model. So protected, fillable, so we are going to have the name, email, and phone, and that's done. Now let's go to the next one, which will be payment method, and now let's add the fields. So here we are going to have the name, but I'll add another one for description. If you have any description that you want to add, but this should be nullable so that you can leave it blank. And after that, now let's add that to payment method model here, and from here now let's add the fillable. So this should be like this way. I'm going to have the name, here it should be description. Okay, after that, now let's go to the another migration file, which should be cell, and from here I'm going to paste the following fields. So we are going to have a foreign ID, which should be our customer ID, but this should be nullable, means that you can sell if you don't have any customer, so you can just leave it blank. And for payment method, of course, you can leave it blank if we didn't select any of these payment method. And then we have a field for storing our total amount of all the items that we've sold, and this is a decimal field. You can see we have these total numbers and the decimal places of 2, and we have the paid amount, and also we have discount. But here I'm using the flat discount, so it means I'm using flat discount, means I'm not using percentage, so it will be in a way like if you give someone a 5%, maybe instead of putting 5, so you just calculate the 5% of that amount, and then you get the value. So if the value, the 5% of that value is, let's say, $500, so that will be the discount. So instead of putting the percentage here, so you just need to get the actual amount. So this should be a flat discount. So that's why I'm using this decimal value. Okay, now let's add this field to our model. So which should be cell. Okay, and here we need to add the protected, fillable, and from here we are going to have the customer ID, we have payment method ID, we have total, we have paid amount, and we have the discount. Let me cross check. So this is discount, paid, total, payment method ID, and customer ID. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's go to the sales item. So here we are going to have a foreign key that will store our sale ID, means that it will be referencing to this table of sales. So it will check for that specific ID and it will store it here, so that this will be a child of this table. and then we are going to have the item ID. So this will be the item that has been sold on this specific cell. Okay, and here we are going to have the quantity, so how many items have been sold, and also we are going to have the price of that specific item. So this will be the price at a place where that item was sold. So this will be the price. And then now let's add these fields to our model. So this should be sales items. So in here, we're going to have the protected if label like this way. So this should have cell ID. We're going to have item ID. We're going to have quantity, and also we are going to have the price of that specific item. So cell item, item ID, quantity, and the price. So that's cool. So now I guess all the models are done. So let's see if we have left any of these. Inventory, item, payment method, cell item, and user. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's add the relationships between these tables. So let's start with the item. So from the item, we will have the following relationships. So here we are going to have this relationship. So this should be sales because our model is called sales item. Okay, so here we are going to have the one-to-one relationship with inventory. So this will store the relationship between the item, and only one item can have only one inventory. Okay, and only one inventory will be belonging to one item. So that's why we have as one here. So this means this is a one-to-one relationship, and here we have one-to-many relationship between an item and the sales item. So one item can be sold many times. So that's why we have as many here. Now let's go to the inventory. So on inventory, we are going to have this relationship between the inventory and item, because the inventory belongs to item. So it means that one inventory will be belonging to one item. So now let's go to the customer. So on the customer, we will have this relationship between, because we just want to know the sales that are associated with that specific customer. So this will help us to know all the sales that have been made for that specific customer. So that's why we have one-to-many here. And now let's see on payment method. So here it will be the same thing as on customer. So we'll have the one-to-many relationship so that we can be able to see all the sales that are associated to that specific payment method. Okay, so now let's see on sales. Okay, so here on sales, we are going to have the following. So make sure this is a sales item. So we are going to have the relationship with the customer, so which will be represented by this one, and also we are going to see the payment method that has been used on that specific cell, and also the sales item. So this, as you can see, it is a one-to-many relationship, so that we can see on this specific cell how many items or which are the items that were sold. And also let's finish up with the sales item. So in here we will have the following. So we'll have the relationship with the cell, so that we can know this cell item belongs to which cell, and then the relationship with the item, so that we can know the specific item that we are sold, what are the main item that we are sold. So that is the relationship that we are going to have between all of our models. Okay, after that, now we are done with the relationships and migrations. So now let's see on our factories. So before going to the factories, now let's migrate our database of PHP @ migrate so that the new table that we have can be created. So now it's done, and now let's clear it. And if you come to your database, now you can see the new tables have been created. So you can see we have the items, inventories, customers, we have the payment method, sales item, and we have the users. So that's all. Now let's focus on updating our factories so that we can be able to create the dummy data. Okay, now let's go to the database, factories, and now you can see we have these factories. So now let's start with the item factory. So now let's update this one. So in here, I'm going to have the name. So in effect, you can have a name. So this is the way of generating two words. So the name should have two words. So you can use just a name here like this, but this will give us the name of a person. Most of the time it will return the name of the person. So instead of that, we can just use this method, and then on SKU we just want to generate a random string. So and here we are going to make it in uppercase, so that's why you see I'm using this upper method. So let me import that string. So this should come from the Illuminati support string, so make sure you've imported that like this way. Okay, and here on price we are going to generate a random float, and these are the number of maximum decimals, the minimum number, and the maximum number of that specific price. Now let's go to the inventory, and here on inventory we are going to have the item ID will be coming from the item factory, so it will depend on this factory. And then from here we are going to have the quantity, which we are going to generate a effect number between 10 and 100, so means that it will check it automatic and generate a certain number, let's say 11, 80, let's say 90, and something like that. So it will just check this, the integer 1 and the integer 2, and then it will generate that number between that specific interval. Okay, and now let's go to the customer factory. Now in here we are going to have something like this. So here you can see I'm using the name because I just want to get the name of a customer, so this will give us the name of a person. And then now here inside you can generate the gender, so you can pass the gender if you want, so that it can know if it's a male or female, but let me just leave it like that way so that it can generate randomly. Also we need to have an email, so we are going to make sure it is unique and also it's a safe email. Also for the phone number, I'm going to make sure it is unique and also it belongs to phone numbers. Okay, after that, now let's go to the payment method, and in here, so in here I'm going to paste the following. So we are going to have the name, so we are going to generate a random element. Let's say for people can pay in cash, card, or mobile money. But for this specific tutorial, I'll just show you that this will be just displayed, but I'll not handle how to integrate the mobile money or card. So I'll just do for the cash. So now, if you remember, we have the description here. So let's add the description. And for the description, we are going to use just a simple paragraph. So I believe that will work fine. And now let's focus on the cell. So for the cell and the cell item, I will not generate anything. So basically, we can just ignore the two. So let's close all of these files. And now we can be able to start building our application. So now let me go back here and open my application on browser. So this is my Laravel 12 application with the Livewire starter kit. So that way you can see we have the login and register links here or buttons. So now the first step is to register our user. Okay, so now let's register a random user. So I'll just register by using that. So let me use that strong password and create an account. Okay, and now this is my application, as you can see. So this is my dashboard, and now you can see I have everything that I want. So now the next step will be to generate the pages for managing these tables. So you can see we have item, we have inventories, and we have payment method and the customers. So we want to find a way to manage those fields. So before going forward, we need to have a way to add the roles. So I just want to add simple roles in our users model. So for example, now you can see from users here, we have only this user here. So I just want to add a field called role. So let me just go back to my VS Code, and I'll add a new migration file. So php make migration. Then the name should be add role column users table. Okay, and now let's open that one. Add the rows to my users table. Now here I'm going to have a string which should be role, and the default role should be a normal cashier. Okay, so I'm going to have the following roles. So I'm going to have an admin and cashier. Okay, so now let's drop that field. So drop column if exists. So this is called role. Okay, now let's call that and run migration again. Okay, now that's done. Now let's go back here and refresh. And now the field should be here. So you can see the default role has been added to that specific user. So now, as I've mentioned before in my introduction, I'm going to use Filament version 4, and I'm going to show you how to add Filament in your Livewire application so that you can be able to use the Filament, some of the components from Filament, and use them in your Laravel application. And make sure that in your Laravel application you have Livewire installed so that you can be able to utilize the features of Filament. So here, if you are new to Filament, so this is the link to Filament, and as you can see here, so this is just an open source UI framework. So this is a UI framework built with the Livewire. So this helps you just to ship admin panels and your apps in a fast-paced way. So you can see from here there is a demo. If you are new to Filament PHP, you can visit this demo. It's quite interesting. So you can see there is a lot of features here. So all of these, you can be able to utilize all of these features. So for example, you can see these are the kind of things that you can find in this demo. Okay, so you can see, so you need to be able to add something like this in your Livewire application. So now let me remove that one, and now let's go back here and let's get started. Now you can see Filament has been released in 2 days before. So this is Filament version 4. So if you have never used the Filament version 4, so this is the time for you to start off. So now let's get started here. And now from here you find other details concerning with the filament, but I'll be interested in the installation feature. And from here I'm not installing the panel builder because I already have this application. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this one that I'm going to install the individual components. So if I click that one, so here you can see I have this commands that I need to run. So from here, because I just want to use some of the features, so for example I just want to add the tables, schemas, forms, and actions and notifications. So I'll just add some of those, but here you have a note. So if you are using Windows PowerShell, it ignores this symbol. So you can see from here we have this symbol. So if you are using the Windows PowerShell, you can just replace it by using that one. And if you are creating a Laravel, a new Laravel project as we have in here, so you can just leave that way and you can just run the following. But because we have an existing Laravel project, so I will run this command. So first of all, let's select the command that we will run here. So let me just copy this, and then from here I'll just open my terminal, I'll clear it, and then I'll paste the commands, and I'll just remove the ones that I don't want. So basically we will use the widgets. Now let me just remove the info list because I don't want to use the info list. Okay, now let's remove that one. Okay, perfect. Now let's run. So this will install. Okay, now let's run the commands separately. So composer require. Now I'm going to use each of these commands. So I'll start with this one. So require tables, like that way. So this will install the tables, and now let's wait for that to be done. Okay, so now this is done. Now let's do for the schemas. So now we'll just change this one because it just changes there. So I just change it here. Schemas, make sure it is the correct one. So yep. So now let's run. So I'm going very slowly so that you guys can be able to understand what I'm doing. Okay, now let's add another one. So the other one should be forms. So it should be forms. Now let's add the actions. Now let's do for notifications. It should be notifications. And now on finishing, let's do for the widget. Okay, now this is done. And going back to the documentation, here for the existing Laravel project, so you need to run this command. So php @ filament install. Okay, now let's run that. Okay, so here you can see it says all done. So if you want to give it an star, so you can do that. So for now I'll just say no. And now let's go back to the documentation, and here you need to install Tailwind CSS if you have not do that. So because in a Livewire application here it already comes with that installations. So you can see already we have Tailwind CSS here, and we need to do the following configuration. In our app.css we need to add the following changes. So these are just for the plugins that we have added. So we have added here you can just required by all components, so it requires this index.css, and you can see for the tables and actions, forms and actions, so we need just to add the following updates. So let's copy up to here, and now let's add it on app.css. So here I will just paste it there. So from here up to here. Okay, so those are the new things that we've added. And now on the right configuration, if it isn't already set up, add the following. So you just need to add the following in your Vite. So if you go to the Vite, which is this file, viteconfig.js, so from here already we have this one. So we have that one, and now we have this one. So it means that already we have everything that is required, as you can see. And now let's go down here, and now on your layout, because now we know that if we create any new component in Livewire, we need to define the layout. So let's copy this command and generate our Livewire layout, so that all our components will be rendered using that specific layout. So now let me clear my terminal, and now I run this command. So php @ Livewire layout. So this already exists because Livewire Flux and Livewire starter kit comes with that. So here we have already the layout here. So on app, so here you can see already we have this layout. Okay, so now after that, okay, but the important thing to know here, because we have this app.blade.php, which is already said it already exists here, but in order for our filament PHP to work perfectly, we need to add the following. So we need to add this one, and also we need to make sure we have added the filament styles. We have added this one for the notification, and also we have added that one. So in order for us to be able to do that, now you need to understand how this structure is structured. So here you can see on the app layout, we by default Livewire starter kit uses the sidebar, so that's why you see this sidebar here. But you can change that to use the header. So if we change now this one to header, for example, and now if we go back here and refresh, you should see this disappear, and we have the header here, like this way. So this is what I was trying to explain. So now you can see this is different. So means if we want to put our changes, we should put them inside this, and by identifying which one are we using. So I'll stick with the sidebar, and basically I'm going to this sidebar, and here is where I'm going to add those changes that we are supposed to add, because here is where all our component will be running through. So I'm going to add those changes here. So let's go back to the documentation, and the first thing is this style. So let's see if we have any style here on our header. So on header here you can see we have the partial. So here on partials is where these guys were adding this, but we need to make sure that here on header down here we add the following. So let's copy that style, let's paste it there, and also let's copy this one, filament styles, and paste it below. Okay, after that remember here already we have this app.css and app.js, so we don't need to re-add it like this way, so it's already added. Also we need to add this one below the slot. So this is required because we are going to use the flashes, I mean the notifications. So now let's add it here. So let's find the slot which is down here. Now below it let's add that, and then we need to add the filament scripts. So let's add it here. Okay, now we'll be fine to use any of these components that we have added. So now this is the way that we should add. So if you are on the future you are planning to use the header, so make sure you add the following changes and you just paste it the same way here. Okay, so by saying so, now let's go back here and let's go to the documentation. So after that, now we will be good and we can be able to start using Filament on your application. So let's go back here and I'll try to rebuild my assets. So to do so, because we are using Vite, so I'm going to run npm run dev. Okay, so now let me just create a dedicated terminal for that. So npm run dev. Okay, so that this one we can continue to use it to do other stuffs. Okay, so now the first thing, so that we can be able to utilize the power of Filament in your application here. So let me refresh again. Okay, so now this is our application. As you can see, it just works perfect. So you can see we can still continue to use it as normal. So this is our settings page. You can see the user can be able to update their profile and do everything that they want. So now let's go back to the dashboard, and from here now is where I want to start to build our application. So first of all, I want to create a page so that we can be able to generate or to handle our items. So let's start by creating the new Laravel component. So what we'll do, I'll go here on documentation and I'll show you how to do that. So down here on components here, so we have these different filament packages that we can use, and here on how you are going to render an action in a Livewire. So this is just for the action. Here we have the form, you can see, so this is for the form, and we have the table. Okay, we have the schema. So for example, if you want to create a view page, so this is how easily you can just do that. So by using the schema, so that is easy. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do here, I'm going to here where you'll be able to render a table in a blade view, and then after opening it, so here the note is you need to make sure that you've installed the tables, which we have already done that. And now let's start by setting up the Livewire component. So you can be able to generate a Livewire component which will be for listing the product, and then use this one to render your application. But what I want to do, instead of doing that on our own, I want Livewire to be able to generate it automatically. So here is where you see it will automatically generate the table columns based on the database models that you have. So here I'm going to copy this command, and here I'm going to paste it there, and then here I'm going to change some of the things. So instead of products, we have items. So here it should be list items, because we want to list our items that we have. Okay, so the name of the model is item. You need to make sure that you put the name in a correct way. So the name of the model is item. So I'm just confirm, so you can see it is item, and you can see it has generated that automatic. So now let's see what it has just generated for us. So here you can see we have the new directory called the items, and then from here you can see we have the list of item, and it has implemented the following. It should have action, schema, and as table. So those are the traits that we need to add, and from here you can be able to add the columns. And here you can see we have the render method that reference our view, which is this one, that will render the table that you will add here. So this is how easily you can just do that. So here you can just import that item if it's not imported automatic, because here you can see it has imported it. So just import it again so that it can reference the right model. Okay, and after that, now you can be able to add the columns. So it was supposed to generate those, but because of referencing here, so that's why you see the columns are not generated automatically. So let's try for the for another model and see if it will generate those automatic. So now let's do for list inventory, list inventories. So the name of our model should be the name of our model, which is inventory. Okay, now let's see if that works. Let's go back here on items, list inventories. Okay, now still it does not reference this well, so that's not a problem actually, because we can be able to add those columns on our own. And now after being able to manage our inventory, now we need to manage another for customers and also for, so let's generate the one for customer. So we are going to list the customers here. So let's say customers. So this should be on customer directory. So the name of the model, it is customer, and let's generate another one for payment method. Payment method, and then this should be on, let's say I'll call it management. The name of the model is payment method. Let's generate another one. List so another one will be for, okay, we have the customer, inventory, item, payment method. Now it should be for sale. So it should be for sales. Now let's add the sales here. So this should be sale. Okay, and then sales item, basically this will just reference it in our cells, so we don't need to generate that. And then now let's do for the users. Okay, users, this should be on management. Okay, our user. Okay, so now let's update those components. So we've added the one for customer, so let's see. So this is the wrong reference, so now let's put that in the right way. Now let's go to the items, inventories, that's done. Listing item, that's done. Now payment method, now this is wrong, let's change that and import again. So make sure you've imported the right thing. And now list users, now let's remove the wrong one and import again the right one. So import this one, which is our model. On cells again, now let's remove that one and import this one. Okay, after adding those changes, now it is time to be able to list, or I mean to reference these ones on your routes. So now let's create routes for this new created component. Now let's go here, and we need to have a group here, but basically we are going to use the same middleware so that only the authenticated users can be able to access these routes. Okay, now let's do the following. So this will be another group, and from here we can be able to reference our routes. So the first route will be for manage users, and now let's reference the list users. So that is our component, which is our Livewire component that we have generated. And then now let's give it a name, and this should be users.index. So do the same for all other components. So this should be manage items, and then this should be items index. So manage inventories, now should be inventories. So I'll do the same for all other components, and make sure you are updating this one. So this should be list items, and this should be list inventory. So this should be manage cells. So this should be list cells, and this should be cells index. And then we need to have manage customers. So list customers. So this should be list customers, and here it should be customers. Okay, what did we left? Now let's see. We have users payment method. Oh yeah, so we'll forget the one for managing the payment method. This should be payment method. So this should be list payment methods, and then here we can just say payment method index. Okay, after generating those routes, now we need to be able to add this in our sidebar. So let's go to the sidebar, and here on our sidebar, let me go back. up here, you can see, so we have this dashboard, which is our home page, which you are seeing here. So now let's add another group, which should be management, and now we'll generate the feeds, the links for other pages. So here it should be management, and on management we will just add those that I mentioned. It will be for management, which should be for the customers, which is this one. So let's update that one, copy it, and update this one also here, and let's change this one to be manage customers. Okay, so this is on management, and we need to add another one for payment method. Now let's copy this one and paste it here. Okay, and here it will be manage payment methods. Okay, now let's go back here. This should be manage. Okay, should be this way. And now you can see we have the manage customers, and also we have manage payment. So let's correct that. It should be payment, like this way. Okay, and now if you try to visit any of these links, so for example for the customers, you can see no customers, and if you go to manage payment methods, you can see no payment method. So now let's add another group for items, which will be inventory management, which should be like inventory management. And then from here I'll change this icons, so don't worry about that. Now let's go back here. So we need to have the items management. Now let's paste it here. So that will be for item. So instead of that, I just keep it items, and then I'll change for inventory. And this should be inventory. And now you can see we have that. Okay, and now this is fine. Now let's add the ones for sales. Now let's update that one for sales. Now let's copy this group. Now let's change this one to sales. And now I'll update this one, and I'll remove this last item because I don't need it. Okay, now let's go back to the page, and now refresh. And this should not be items, this should be sales. Okay, so that's fine. Now I want to generate the dummy data for items, so let's start with that. Now let me go back here, and let's go to the, let me close this, Now let's go to the database, and here on seeders, here I'll just comment this one, and here I want to run item, then factory. I want to create the first 10 sample item, and then I'll create. So import that. Okay. And now let's try to run PHP artisan db seed in order to seed that fake data. So clear that. So PHP artisan db seed. Okay, so now that's fine. Now if we go to the database, so here on items, now we have these different items. Now let's see here. Okay, now you can see it shows like we have data, but we can't see anything. So we can't see anything because component does not have any column that we have added. So here on items, on the list items, you can see we don't have any item that we've added. So to do so, you can just add the text column. So these are from Filament, so you can just add that. You can make that field, and this should be the name of that specific item. So now if you go back here and refresh, now you can see we see the names of the items. So now let's add another fields for SKU. Make sure you put the comma. Okay, so after SKU we had the price and we have the status. Okay, refresh again to show the status. Okay, so now you can see we have 10 items, and you can see the prices, SKU, and also their statuses. So now you may need to update these fields depending on how you want them to be. So for example, if you visit the Filament documentation here on forms, you have different kind of fields here. So for example, right now, on tables, you have different columns. So you can see we have the text column, we have icon, image, color, select, to go, text input, checkbox, and custom columns. So for now, I've just showed you how to use the text column, but if you visit this page, you will see a lot of other customization or different way of formatting the field that you may have. So for example, for our field which is price, you may need to show it is in a certain currency, let's say. So for that, you may just use this function called the money, okay, which will change this field, and you will see something like this. You see, it has put dollar as a default currency, but here you may change that currency. For example, I'm in Tanzania, so I can just use TZS, and then from here, after refreshing, now you see this will change. So this is how easily you can just start to update these fields. So for example, I may return that one to that way, and here on status I can make this to be a badge, okay, and if I go back here and refresh again, now you can see this is how a badge looks like. So this is how easily you can just add those formatting in your tables. Now we may need to be able to search these fields and also to be able to sort those fields. So to do so, we may start by making this one to be searchable. So you can just make it searchable, and if we refresh here, you can see the search field has appeared automatic, and from there you can be able to search the the details. So for example, we want to search this one, so let's search for that error. You can see we have get that search filter here. So you can see the active filter has been added automatically. So now you may also want to make sure that it is sortable. So we can add that here. Also, user can be able to search for this one, but also we want to make it to be sortable. Okay, now if we refresh this, you can see we have this sortable. So make sure you've added the sortable function here, and that will be added automatically. So now you can be able to sort. You can see it is changing. You see, so that's how easily you can just do that. So instead of doing this by using Livewire and do it everything on your own, you can just use Filament and it will be easily like that. So now on money, now we can be able to sort. So make sure that is sortable, and that's how easily you can just do that. And now we need to have a way, let's say, to add some of the actions. So if you want to add any of the action, let's say to add new, so you can just add here. You can see we have add action and also we have record actions. So these record actions are the actions that will appear here. Let's say edit, delete, or view. And for the header action are the actions that will appear here. So for example, you want to add a new create new item, so that button will appear here. So to do so, if you come here on your table and visit the actions, so from here you can see we have record actions, and here on record actions you can be able to provide an action like this one. So this will be for edit, and here you will provide the URL where that record will be pointing to. So here you can see you can be able to generate that page for that specific editing or delete or anything. So for example, I'll just show you a quick way to add a delete action. So here I'll just come on record actions, and then I'll paste that. Let me squeeze it here, and here you need to import the action. So this should be filament actions. So make sure you've imported the right thing. So let's import that one, which is this one. And here, instead of post, our model is the item. So you need to change that. So instead of post, it should be item. And here it requires confirmation. So this requires confirmation. It will ask a user if they will need to delete their data. So for example, if we come back here, and you see we have a delete action here, and if I try to click delete, now you see, are you sure would you like to do this? And if you confirm, then this data will be deleted. So mark that data, and now if I click delete, now let's delete, and now you can see that data was deleted, and you will see we are showing the result of 9 items. So that's how easily you can just do that. But if you comment this one, means that it will not ask you for the confirmation. So when you just delete, it will just delete that data automatically. So you can see. So that's how easily you can just do that. Okay, now we can be able to, let's say, add color for that specific action. So we can just put it the color of danger, and now let's see if we refresh again. Now you can see it is on danger, and now if you click that, you can see the color of that specific action has been updated. So if you click confirm, now you can see the data has been deleted, but you don't see the confirmation notifications or anything. So to do so, to add the confirmation for the notification, we need to make sure that when we do this one, we can be able to publish the confirmation. So to do so, we'll do the following. Okay, now after adding the delete action here, and it has been shown that it works fine. Now, after we deleted item, we need to show the success message to our user so that they can know that the data has been deleted. So to show that, here I'm going to use this success notification function. Inside it, we are going to show a notification like this one. So let me just copy this one and paste it there. Import that from Filament, and here it should be deleted successful, but here we don't use this send method because that will make application, whenever you refresh the page, so this notification will be sent. So to avoid that, we will just leave it this way, so that you only when we did this action is where Filament or Livewire will fire this notification. So don't put the send notification method here. So you will do the same thing for other models. Okay, now let's finish up the same thing and the same steps to add the columns for the inventories here. So what we'll do, we'll just add the text column, and then from there we are going to add the field. So here we have the item, but remember we defined the relationship between inventory and the item, so we are just going to use this relationship. And to reference the relationship here on the item, so we are going to call the relationship, and then we are going to call the field from that another model. So you can see we are using this one, and then we are referencing for the name through that relationship. So from here, this is how easily you can just do that. So if now we visit the inventory from here, okay, now we were supposed to see here anything, but because we didn't seed any of the inventory, so now let me show you. Let's go back to the seeder, and here instead of importing the items, I wanted to import the inventory. So the inventory will create the items automatically. So let me just do this. Inventory, and then here I just want to do for, let's say, 30 items. And now let's try to seed. So let me firstly run npm run dev, and then from here I can be able to seed. Okay, so now it's done. And now if we visit this page and try to refresh, and now you can see we have the name of the items, and you can see it has paginated our items automatically, so we can be able to visit the page number 2. So you can see, and here you can see we are on page number 2. You can go to page number 3, and these are the items that will be also created here. So the items were also added here. Okay, so now basically add another field for, so we need to make sure that it is searchable, and you can also be able to sort it. And also let's add the column for quantity. So here we're going to pass the quantity, and make sure you put the comma there. And here we need to make sure that it is sortable. And you can add the other fields, but basically you can also be able to add the double fields. So for example, if we add the field for created at, and let's do something like this, and now if you visit again the page, Now you can see, you will be able to see the date and time that the inventory was created. But this field, you might not need to show it all the time. So if you want to add it or to trigger it, so you can just say it is triggerable, and then inside it you need to say is triggerable hidden by default, and then if you put true, means that it will be hidden, or it will be hidden by default, but you can be able to unhide it. So for example, let's refresh, and here you can see the field is not shown. You can see the quantity, so the triggerable field, you will see them here. So you can just say this one, and if you check that and apply, now you can see the field will be shown. But if you uncheck it and apply, now you can see the field is hidden by default. So that's how easily you can just add these triggerable fields. And for example, I like to put this one to be badge, okay, so that you can be able to see the items. So you can add the other fields for the inventory. For example, you can add the field to show, let's say if the quantity is below a certain amount, so you can just put the, let's say, reorder level for each item. So that is on your opinion, but for the sake of this simple application that I'm building, I'll just stick to these simple fields. So now we can be able to see the inventories, and also we can be able to see the items. And I'll add these actions later on. So for now, I just want to be able to list all the customers too. So now let's go to the customers. And then from the customers, I'll add the fields. So let me just paste it there. And now this is how it will look like. And if we visit here, now you can see we have the name, email, and the phone number. And now we can be able to see the example or dummy data for our customers. So for example, from here, I can copy that to here, and then I can comment, and here I'll just generate 5 customers. So let me change this one to customer. Okay, and make sure that the customer has a factory as we did before. And now let's try to seed. Okay, now let's go back to the page and refresh. Now you can see we have the list of customers that were created automatically. So you can see we have the list of customers. Now for the payment method, now let's do the same thing. And here we are going to have payment method. And now I'll just generate 3. So let me seed. And now let's go to that component here, payment method. Now I'll paste the fields here. Let me just create them just to simply fast. So this should be make, and here we have the name. It should be searchable, and you can be able to sort them. Also, I just want to have the one for description, basically. So it should be make. So this should be for description. And make sure you have a comma there. And here, if the description is too long, you can limit, let's say, for putting the length there. So let's say it should not exceed the 50 characters. Okay, but you can put the words if you want, you can count the weights, but I'll just use the limit. Okay, so now if we go back here and refresh again, now you can see this is how it will look like, and that's how easy. Now let's go to the users, and here we'll have text column make, then we'll have the name of the user. We are going to make it searchable. We're going to make it to be sortable. Then we are going to have the text column for the email, make it searchable, and I'll have another one for the role. So this should be role, and then this should be searchable, and I want to make this to be a badge. Okay, let's put a comma there and a comma there. Okay, and now this is payment method. Now let's see the customers is fine. Now the users, oh, we didn't put the users here, so let's add that users on the sidebar here on management. Now let's add the one for users, so I'll add it below here, and then this should be users. Okay, and here it should be manage users. And now if we visit manage users, now you can see we have the user here and the role is cashier. Okay, so now let's change these icons. So let's go to hero icons, and then for users I'm going to use this one. So for user group, now let me change that here, and then for payment method, I think we can use the bank note. So this one we can use it for items. Here, and then for inventory, let me use this one. And then for customers, let me just use this one. So let's update this one. And what else has remained? Okay, we have remained with the cells. So for cells, now let's see if we can have the chart. Now let's use just this one. I guess that is fine. Okay, and now after being able to manage this listing, now we can be able to add the edit for for us to be able to add new items, edit them, and also being able to delete, so that we can complete the management, means all the CRUD operations. And after that, on next session, I'll show you how to create the selling page or the POS page that you are going to use to sell your items. So see you on the next session, pages. So we'll add the delete here on record action. Okay, and then import the action, and then import the notification from Filament, and then this should be inventory. Okay, so now if you visit again the inventory page, now you should see a delete functionality here, and you can be able to delete the data that you want. So you can see deleted successfully, or you can just modify this one. So you can just say inventory deleted successfully. You can also add here, let's say, the name of that inventory that has been deleted. So for example, you can put something like this. So put something like this. You can say record, then name, and that will be fine. And now let's do the same thing to payment method. Import the action. Here it should be payment method, and import the notification, and we change this one to payment method deleted successful. Copy it again now for users. I'll do the same thing, so I'll repeat the process. So this should be user, import the notification. So this should be user, and now on sales, now this should be sell, import the notification, and now that's fine. Let's update this one to be sell deleted successful. So I guess now we are good. Now also update here on customer, and import this one. We should say custom, so that's fine. So now whenever you visit any of these pages, now they will have actions to delete. So you can see now you can be able to delete those details. Okay, so that's how easily you can just do that. Okay, now let's focus on adding the edit and add new functionality, so that we can be able to create a new data for our customers, payment method, users, and items, and also inventory. And after being able to add new or create a new item, then we can be able to add the edit functionality. After that, we'll be concluding our CRUD operations based on what we have here. And then after that is where I'm going to show you how to perform the cells. So the cells, we will create a new page, which will be a POS page, where we'll do everything and every action that is concerned with your cells. So for now, let's add the edit functionality, and then we'll add the add new functionality. So to do so, here on Filament documentation, this link I'll share with you on my video description. So here there is a way for you to render a form in a blade view, but here you have to make sure that you have basically you have installed the package, which is called the Filament/Forms, and after installing it, now you can be able to create a new Livewire component. After that, you can be able to render it this way if you render it in another blade view. But if you want to render it as a full page Livewire component, then you shall create a route like this way. Okay, so by adding this, now you can be able to access that component that you've created. But in order for that component to work as a form that you will use to create any data that you want, there is this main task that you should do. So the first one is to implement the has a schema interface and use that the trait which is called the interact with the schema. So here down you will see there is an example. So this is what we are going to do. So we'll add this one. You will implement the has schemas, and then you will use that trait which is called interact with the schemas. Then you should define a public property that will store your forms data. Then you can fill, which this one means that on mount, when the form will be loaded, then you call this one in order to clean up all your fields. And after that, you create a new method which is called the form. On that method is where you are going to pass down the schema. So that schema will help you to organize your form fields. So here there is a section called the schemas. So you can see there is schemas, and on this particular video I'll show you how to use the sections, but you can see how to use the tabs, layouts, and everything that you can see that is useful for you. So for this particular video I'll use the sections. So I'll show you. So that's why here we add this schema. So this schema should pass it here. So this will help you to organize your forms. So after that, you have to create this method which is called the create, or you should call it whatever name that you want. And then after that, here you can see the example is just dumping that data for that particular form, and then you should have that render method. So I'll show you how to save this data in your database, and after that, this is how you are going to update the blade view which was created when you are creating this component here. So when you are rendering this particular form which is created here, so you should render it like this way. So by using this, then access the form, and then you should have the submit button, and then this will help you to add the actions for your specific form if you have any of other specific forms. Okay, and this is how you are going to create those data in your database. Okay, and when you are using the Filament Forms, you should include the following packages. So this is a note that you should consider. So you need to add the Filament Actions package. So here on my composer.json of our application, you can see already we have the actions, and you should make sure you have the schemas. So let's check that schemas, which is this one, and also you should have the Filament Support. Now let's see, Filament Support is right here. So let me close that. The Filament Support is this one. So we have all of that that we are supposed to do. So for now, it's the time for us to be able to do our thing. But this is let's say a basic way of adding the form, but there is a new way of adding form that Filament can help you to do that. So you can use you can automatically generate the forms that you want. So for example, using the CLI means on your commands, you can use this way to generate a Livewire form. So for example, you want to generate a registration form, you can just use this command. So make filament Livewire form. So this will create a form based on that command. And here, if you want to generate a form for an eloquent model, for that specific model that you want. So for example, you can just use something like this. So this will create a form for creating a product, but this will ask you for the name of the model that you want to use. So this you should just name it whatever you want, but make sure you select the particular model that you want. So by mentioning that, now let's do that, because we want to add the edit functionality here. So the best way to do it is by using this command. So generating an edit form for an eloquent model. So you should pass the flag, which is called the --edit, when you are creating this. And this will ask you for the model. So we will ask you, we'll just pass the name of the model, and then Filament will generate that automatically for us. So now let's do that. So here, let me close that. So we'll start with the one with item. Here we run php artisan make filament Livewire form. So this should be Livewire form, and then we are going to pass here where we want to store that, because here on our directories, on our codes, you can see from here on items we have this directory called items, so we are going to store inside there. So here we'll pass the name of the directory, which is called the items /, then we are going to say edit item, and then we are going to pass the flag, which is edit, and then you click enter. Oh, I see here we have a typo, so this should be Livewire. So let's update that here. This should be Livewire. Okay, so here, would you like to create a form for a model? So we'll say yes. And the name of the model should be item. So please make sure that the name that you are using is the same name of your model. So you can see the name of our model is called the item. So this is the right. So now let's click enter. And should the form field be generated from the current database columns? So we'll say yes. And now you see it has just created this edit item form on this particular directory. So now let's check out what we have. So here you can see there is a new form, and here you can see we have the record, which should be our model. So you can see this is wrong, so let's import this again. Okay, and after that you can see from here it has failed to generate the particular fields, but what we'll do, we'll just do that on our own, so don't worry about that. So we'll just do that in a minute. So I'll show you, because that's what is recommended here. So instead of just using this, so you should make sure that you are very confident about adding these fields or performing any of this functionality manually, and then that's where you will be able to use these generate commands. So for that, now let's add the fields on our own here. So as you can see here, we already have the components, and you can see we've already added the command has added the schema. You see here it has implemented the has action and it has schema, and also we have added the interact with actions and also interact with the schemas traits. So you can see these are the traits. We have the public property that will store the form data, and then we have this one to clear and also fill the attribute of that specific form. So by using this attribute to array, because this is the edit form, so this will fill the fields by the model data. So this will not make the data to be cleared. So this will add it. So it will populate the default values from DB. Okay. So by using this method or action here, so this will populate the data. And now let's add the forms. And without starting to add the forms, now let's register this in our web.php so that we can be able to see the items edit. So let's copy this, and here I'll say edit item. Okay. And because this expect to receive an so because it is expecting to edit the data, so we should pass here the parameter of that specific ID that we are going to pass. But here, because you can see here it received that particular data, so what we will do, we will just pass here the record. So let's pass the record. Okay, and then from here, so this should be edit, you can say item edit or update. Let me use the update. Okay, and now let's add this one on listing. So here on listing, we have these record actions, and below here we can add the action to that specific page. So to add the actions, let me go to the documentation here. Now let's go to table, then actions. All right, and now let's use this one. Now I have that, and then we will not open it in a new tab, and here change that to item, because that is our model basically. And after adding that, now we are redirecting this to this URL. So this URL is generated, so we should put here the name of the URL that we have here. So it is item update, and you will name it whatever you like. I just name that way, so put that way. And then here you can see the parameter that we are passing is the record. So that's why here you can see we have the record. So that's why I added that record here, and also you should pass it from here. So what we are going to do now on our page here on items, now you can see we have the action to edit. So now if we click any of these, so for example if I click that, okay, now let's optimize our project first, because okay, here we didn't update this one, so this should be edit item, and I think now this will work as we expected. So now let's first visit that page, refresh, and now you can see this is the page that we are supposed to be redirected, and now you can see we have that action. So here on the edit page, now you can see we've already added this because of that command that we have run. So it has just added the form, and also it has just added the submit button, and here down you can see we have the action model. So here we just need to pass the fields that we are supposed to add. So before that, I'll add the schema, I mean the section from schema basically. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this and then I'll paste it down here. I'll import the section, and then I'll split this a little bit and then this will say edit the item, and down here you can put anything that you want. So I just say update the item details as you wish. Yeah, so that's what I will do. And now if I go back here and see the page, refresh, now you can see edit the form, update the item details as you wish. So this will add the section there, and then now let's add the fields here. So basically you have a lot of different type of fields that you can use on your forms. So from the perspective of what we have, so you can see we have a lot of different fields. So we have a text, select, and any other of these fields that you want. So for our item, as you can see, we have the name, SKU, price, status, and I believe those are just what we want. So we'll just add those 4 fields. So the status, I just want to use, basically I'll use the toggle, so I'll just use this one. And this will depend on how our data is stored on database. So let's see, because if we didn't use the boolean, that field will not work. The toggle will not work. So the status, this is enum. I believe that's what we added here. Yeah, so this is an enum. So if that is an enum, so we can use the toggle buttons. So this will work just fine. So we will have something like this. So I'll use I don't want that. I want the one in inline. So yep, I'll use this one. So now let's start by using this one. So first of all, I'll add this field. I mean the field for updating the, let's import that, for updating the status, and then this should have status, and here we'll say you can add whatever you want. So is this item active? Okay, and then instead of having the boolean here, now we should have the options, because this field is enum, so we should have the options, and this should be an array of options. So we should have the active, so that you'll get it here. So for example, if you visit this one, you can see this is how you're gonna add them. So this should be the value from the database, and this should be the value for displaying. So that will be just the display text. So here we'll add that way, and then I should say, let's say active, and copy paste that, and this should be, let's check from our database how do we store it. So there is active and inactive, so that's fine. Now let's add the inactive here, inactive. So it should be inactive, like that way. Okay, and now if we go back here and visit the edit, now you can see we have this item active. So now by default it is active, and you can switch it to inactive or active. So that's how easy you can just do that. Okay, and you can do any other settings that you want. So for example, down here you can see there is different ways of doing it. You can use the inline, and it will be like that way, and you can group it as what we have now. You can use this multiple, so that the user can select multiple values, and that's how easy you can just do that. So by saying so means that form has started to look a little bit nice. So now let's add the other fields. So for example, I'll add another field which will be a text input for our name of our item, And if you put something like that, and then if you refresh it again, now you should see the field here. So you can see the field has been populated automatic with the data from the database. And now if we copy paste for what do we have next here, let me check from here. So we have the name, SKU, and price. So let's add those. So we have SKU and price. So let's add price. And now let's go back here, refresh again, and now you can see we have the SKU and the price. So the price, basically this should be, now you can start to edit this field. So this should be numeric, okay, and after adding numeric, then you should see this field should not accept any so you can see if I try to type any other words, it will not work. And if you refresh again, now you will see the value will be auto-populated again. And now for the SKU, we want to make that to be unique, basically. So we should say unique. And for the name, I guess this should be, what can we add on that? I guess we should have the label, and we should say item name. So you can add any other styling or any other modification that you want, but for the simplicity, I'll just do that. And now you can see from here, so the name, you can see now it is showing the item name. And now this a way of showing this form, I don't like it. So what I'll do, I'll just use this way of showing the fields. So to do so, I'll just make sure here I'll have this method called the columns, and then I'll use 2 columns. So if I say use 2 columns, means now these fields will stay in the same row. So if I refresh, now you can see we have the first field here, the second one, the third, and the fourth one in a grid view. So that's how easy you can just do that by using the form schema. So here the button, it is here, but it doesn't look very well. So what you will do, I just want to update this button. Okay, so instead of using just a normal button as we do here, so on the form, now you can see we have this normal button, which is an styled button. So we want to style this button to look as what we wish. So here on the Filament 4, you can see we have this section where you will be able to see different kind of buttons that you can use to render them in your component. So from here you can see we have this filament button. So we are going to use this filament button instead of that just a simple button. So here I'll just update this one to use that, and then I'll also do that. And then now if we visit again our page, now you can see the button looks a little bit nice. And what I'll do here, you can be able to add the class, and then I can say, let's say margin top to be 3. And then if I go back here and refresh, now you can see the button has been squeezed a little bit down so that we can see there is a gap there. So before that it was not looking very well. So now you can see we have a gap here, and which is good. And now what you can do, for example, we can try to update this. So for example, we can say, and for the button, basically there is a lot here. You can just update those fields, and for example, you can just change the size of the button. You can update the color. So for example, I can change that to say to info. So these are just other minor things that I just want to show you, but it's not affecting what we are doing. So you can see the button has been updated to info, and you can choose any other color that you want, but for me I'll just leave it that way. And then if I refresh again, I just want it to be consistent with what we have here. So now that is all about the button. So you can see if you want to add the slot, the badge, so you can just use the slot. And if you want to put something like icon or anything that you want, so you can just put that by using this way. So you can just add something like this. So you can put something like icon there. Sorry, I just want to copy this one and if you go back here and refresh your form, now you can see we have that icon as shown there. So that's how easy you can just do that. So for now, I'll just focus on updating our data. So now let's update this. So for example, you can just say our first item, and you can update the SKU. Let's say SKU 123, and then now submit. Okay, now this should also show us the notification that this data has already been updated. So for example, if we go back here, you can see already our data has been updated, but we didn't see the notification that our data has been updated or anything. And also here on this field, I want to change it a little bit so that you can show the because if you visit here, you can see we are using dollar as a currency. So we need also to show here the dollar as our currency. So to do so, I'll just update that here on the field. So what I'll do, I'll just come back here on price. I'll make it to be money. Okay, and after adding that, so refresh. Okay, now that does not exist, but the alternative to that, you can use the prefix, and then inside that you can use that dollar sign or any let's say you can use any currency that you want. For example, I can use TZS for my country, which is Tanzania shillings, but you can use any of that specific currency that you want. So for now, if I add that one and go back here and refresh again, now you can see we have the dollar sign as a prefix here. So that's how easy you can just do that. So for now, what we want to add the notification here after saving our data, after updating here. So we need to show the notification here. So to do so, we are going to use the notification from Filament, and here I'll just call make, and I'll call the title. I want to show the title there that updated. So instead of saying that, we can just say item updated, and we can have the body. So what we can do there is saying the item. Basically, we can do that. You can use the double quotes. You can say item, then you can pass the name of that specific item. So you can just say record. I mean, we can use, basically, you can use data. So let's use this record, record, then name has been updated successfully. Updated successfully. Successful. Yeah. So I guess that is fine. And now we should call the send method, and that will show us that data has been updated. So now if we refresh, and now if I click submit, now you see item updated, but it does not show that if this is a success or fail. But here you can just pass this another method called the success. And now let's refresh again, and now click, and now you can see the success icon there. So item, first item has been updated successfully. So you can see the name of the item has been shown there. So that's how easy you can just do that. And now we have the edit functionality here on item. So I'll just do the same thing. I'll repeat to do that on other features. So for example, on inventory, customers, payment method, and also on users. So I'll fast forward the video a little bit so that I can do that. Okay, and now as you can see here, we have all the edit action on every of these features that we have. So you can see this is for the customer. If we go to payment method, now you can see you can be able to update. If you go to users, now you can see you can be able to update, you can change the roles. And if you go to items, now you can go to edit and you can change the active or inactive, the price, SKU, and anything. Also the same way on the inventory. So here you can see you can be able to update the quantity, you can update the item for that specific quantity, and that will work just fine. But also I've added the one for sales, but because we don't have sales for the moment, now this will mark the end of adding the edit functionality. So now let's add the add new button. So to do so, let's start by going back to the form here, and here if you want to generate one for creating, you can use this command. So we'll use this command to generate the create form or component by using this command. So let's do that in our terminal. So this should be create item, items, now press enter. Now yes, item. So this should be create because we just want to create the create form. Yes. Okay, now let's check out what we have for the item. So we have the create item, which is this one, but it misses to pick the right model. So that is the error. So we'll do that on our own. So this will be easy. So don't worry about that. So the fields, basically we are going to use the same way that we did here on the edit. So you just copy that and paste it here. And after that, let me import the section, select, and the text input. Okay, so this is fine. Now we need to show the notification. So let's copy that notification here, and I'll paste it down here. All right, now import that notification, and now we'll say item created, and then it has been created successful. So that's it. Now let's try and add that action. So from here you can see, if you go to the forms and if you go to actions, basically I want to go here on the table actions, and from there if you want to add the header action, so basically we'll do the same thing like this one. So we just add new action, which will direct us to the page that is used to create our model. So to do so, let's copy that and we'll add it on item listing. So on item listing, here we have add action. So let's add that here and put it there. I'll not open it in a new page, so I'll just add here item, and then here it will be item create. Okay, and then we should register that in our web.php. So here on items, now let's copy that, but the difference here is we are not passing any parameter, so let's remove that parameter here. Okay, and now this should be create item, and this should be create item, and then this should be create, item create, it should be create. Okay, and now from the listing of items, this should be items create. Yeah, so I believe that will work. Now let's see. And here, oh, I guess I've been updating the wrong thing, so let's check. Yeah, so this was for the user's edit, so don't change this one. We need to remove this one from listing item, so like that way, and then you can just remove this because we don't need that, so just put the arrow function there, and then now you can see this is what we are going to redirect to. Now let's refresh. Okay, now update that. And here we should make it create, or you can just say, we can call it create, and then you can give it a label, and then you can say add new, and now if we refresh, now you can see add new, and if I click that, okay, so the relationship item does not exist. Okay, where that comes in, so let's visit the add new, so on a create item component here. Okay, now this, we should update this one, so let's copy the edit item, so this should be this one, so let's copy this and let's put it here, and now let's import that, and this should be add the item, or we can just say fill the form add new item. Now refresh again, and now you can see we have the form, and now let's update the button. So basically we need to use the same way that we did for the edit forms. So here, let's say for edit, use this one. Now refresh. Okay, now you can see we have the submit here. So now you need to have the, let me close the other that I don't want, create item, and here we need to add the validations, so we should make this to be required, and also on SKU we should required, so we need to put this to be required. Yeah, so this one should have the default value, so we should put here the default value, so default should be active. Okay, so now this should work. Now let's refresh. Okay, now submit. Now you can see, so the validation works fine, and now let's put this to be active, and then now let's try to save. Okay, so not found. Now let's see what is the issue. property, this is not found. Yeah, okay, so it's this one. So basically we can just remove that. So let's remove that. Okay, now let's try again and submit, and you can see item created successfully. So this is working fine. So we will do the same step for the other functionality. So we'll do the same way for this. We will add the add new button. So for the same way to customers payment method, and after that we will be able to continue with our POS page. Okay, now let's start with the inventory. So I'll start with the inventory feature. So now let's add the add new button here. So what I'll do, I'll just open the listing items, and then from listing items we have this create new action. So let's copy that action, and now let's go to the list inventory and paste it there. And from there, now we need to update this one, but we will update that by creating the create. Let me close that. Now let me open the terminal, and here we are going to run the same command. So this should be create inventory, and that is found inside the items directory. So now let's save, run the enter, and then now let's click yes. Now it is called inventory, and we need to select create, and yes, right. So now that's fine, and basically I'll redo it for customers are found inside the customer directory, I guess. So let's check out. Yeah, so that's fine. Now let's create. So here you have to say yes. The model name is customer. So create, and yes. Right, now let's redo it for user, and this is found on users directory. Now yes, and then the name of our model is user, then create, then I'll say yes, and now let's redo it for payment methods. So here we'll say create payment method, and this is found on management. Yes, payment method, create, yes. All right, I guess now we have the required create. So we have for the customer items already, inventory ready, payment method. Now we have, okay, now, oh, so this was not supposed to be on the separate, so it was supposed to be here. So what we are going to do, I'll just remove this one, and we also need to remove the views because it has just generated also the view. So let me remove the view. I just want to make sure we don't have any error there. So let's remove that. Okay, now let's change the directory here for the user. So this should be on management. So yes, it should be user create, SK. So that should be fine. So here we have create user, and after having the create user, create payment method, and now on sales, here we will not have that because on sales we are creating sales from the POS page, which I'll show you in a minute. So now I guess we are fine. So now let's work on the one for inventory. So from here, now let's reference the correct inventory model. So let me import that. Okay, and as usual, let's go to edit inventory, and let's copy this form, and then on create we are going to paste that here, then import the section, select, and then the text input. Okay, now we are fine. Now this should be add payment method, and this should be add the payment method details like that way. And then here we need to add the notification. So let's copy that notification and paste it here, import that, and then let's remove this one. So inventory for, so let's just say inventory created successful, so that is fine. Okay, and now on your listing inventory already we have this one, so we should register that on web. And here on inventory we need to have the create path. So what we are going to add here is the create route. So this should be create inventory, and this should be create inventory, which is this one, and then this should be inventory create. Let me copy this one. Basically we should put this one, so if items, so this should be inventories create, so it should be like that way. And then now from here it should be inventory then create, so that's fine. And now let's go back here and try to refresh. Now we have the button here, and now let's click that button, and now you can see the button here is not shown as we expect. So let's go here and not on create inventory here. All right, so now let's copy this button from create item, then let's replace this one, and basically I want to update for all other places where we have this simple button. So I'll check all of these, so and then I want to update them with this one, so I'll replace them by using this option here on VS Code. So here I'm going to replace with that one, and then I'm going to click this one to replace all, then I'll press down, then on all forms now they will have the button like this one. Okay, so now refresh. Now you can see we have the submit form here, button, and then now we can be able to select the items. And this one, as you can see from create inventory, so this section we use the two columns in order to put this side by side, and then we have the select field, which is responsible to store the item, which is item ID, and then I've passed the relationship. So this is useful if you are not aware of this. So this is useful for determining the items. So this will call all the related data according to the relationship that you have defined in your model. So it will retrieve by using this relationship name, and then it will show the name or the label of that specific field from that attribute. So this attribute means it will fetch that from this table, which is called the item. So from that relationship, then you will get the name of that specific model. So also I've added this to be searchable. So it means here you can type and search for the item that you want. But also I've put this one to be preloaded, means that when you just click this button like this, it will load this data automatically. If you remove that, it means if you do something like this and refresh, now you see no any data will be preloaded until when you started to search, okay, like this way, you see. So that is the importance of using the preload. And this native force means that you want to use the JavaScript way of showing these datas. So instead of if you remove this one, you will see there's a difference on how it will look like and how it fetches the data. So if you refresh, and now you see, so there is a little bit of difference in how the requests are being sent and how data are being retrieved. So it just rely on JavaScript. So if you want to know about that, so you can just visit here on forms, and then on select, and you can just find that. Okay, so if you want to know more about native, so you can just see from here. So enabling the JavaScript select. So if you put something like this, means that you are going to you may enable a more customizable JavaScript select using the native force method. So by doing that means that you are making this to rely more on JavaScript. So that was what I was trying to explain. And now from here, now we can be able to add new inventory for the item that we have created. So let's say you create a new item here. So let's create the new item here. So let me populate that, and then I'm going to change this one, let's say to call it new item, so that I can be able to fetch it automatic. And now let's save, and now let's go to inventory and add new inventory. And then from here, I can search for new item, and then I select that, and then I'll put here the amount that I want or the quantity, and then I can submit that. So you can see inventory updated. So this should be inventory created, not updated. So this should be inventory created. And then now if we try to add new, means if you want to update, no, if you want to update means you have to go on the other way around. So that's how this will work. So I guess that is fine for now. So from here you can search for the new item, and then you can see the quantities already been updated. So if you want to update that, you can go from here, and then you can change that, let's say to that. Okay, now you can see it has been updated. And if you go back here and search for new item, now you can see the quantity has been updated. So this is just a simplest way you can do, but for most cases you will have to implement something known as stock adjustment. So you will create a new feature that you will create for updating these quantities. So you'll just disable this just a normal way of updating these quantities, because you want to track who updated which item and for which reason. So for that, I recommend you to use the stock adjustment feature. So you can add that, but for the sake of this tutorial to be very easy for you guys to understand, I'll just not do that, the inventory or the stock adjustment. So I'll just do that so that you can be able to update just the directory here. Okay, so after adding the functionality on inventory, now let's go back to the user. Now we need to add it here on the user's side. So to make it in user's side, now let's start with this one. From management, edit user. Let's copy this section and let's move it here. First of all, import this one because the imported one or the generated one is not the right one. So import this model, which is this one, and then let's paste the section here. Import the section, import the input text and the select. Okay, so now we are good, and the next step will be to add the notification. So edit user, which is this one. Let's copy the notification, which is this one. Now let's paste it here, down here. Okay, now let's import that filament notification. So this should be created, and this should be user created successful. All right, so now we are good here. Now let me close these files. Now let's go to web.php, and then on users management here, I want to add the create. So I'll just put it here, and then here it should be users create, and then this should be create user. Right, so this should be create user. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's copy that and let's go to list users, and here we need to have the header action. So to have the header action, let's copy that from list items here. Let's copy this, and then let's use it on user listing here. Okay, so now we have users create. So this is the route that we are going to redirect our action. Now let's refresh. Now we have add new. Now click that. Now we have edit user. So now let's change that. Let's change that to be create. So this should be create user, and this should be create the user details. So let me say add new user details. So I guess that sounds perfect. And now let's try to see what happens. Refresh. Now we can see create a user. So let's populate the fake data. So now you can see that will be the password of that user, and I'll make that user to be a cashier. And now let me change this one. I guess that's fine. Just let's save. Now you can see the user has been created, and now if we go back to the users list, now you can see we have the new user that we have created, and now you can add another user, let's say if you want, and we can make that user to be, let's say, an admin. Now save, and now if we go back to listing, now you can see. So why this has not been updated? So let's check that. So from the user listing, this should be role. Okay, why that does not work? Admin. Now let's check from the users model here. Yeah, we didn't add the role here, so that's why it was not updating that value. So it was just taking the default one from the database. So let's try again. Now let's do that. Let me select admin, and we should make this to be required basically for validation purpose. So this is required, the email is required, and definitely it should be required, and the password also should be required. Delta, yep, so that's fine. Yep, so now if we go back here and refresh, and now let's populate the fake data, and now let's check the admin, or you can try to make sure the validations works perfect. So I can just click here and you can see this is required. So now let's fill the form with fake data. Now let's select the admin, now submit. Now user has been created. If you visit here, now you will see that user is an admin. Okay, so that's cool. And now let's do the same thing for payment methods. So I guess this is much easier for now because already we've known a better way to do this. So let's copy this one and make it here. First thing is to update this model basically and update that. Now let's paste in the form. Okay, now import that. Let me import all the classes, and then here it should be create payment method. So here we should say fill. Okay, now this should be fill new payment method details, and then down here we need to have the notifications. So let's copy that from here. Let's copy this one to create payment method. And basically there is a difference between the create and the update. So from create, you will see when you are saving the data on your model, down here you will see there is a new method or function which is called the save relationships. So this saves as good as when you want to create, let's say you are creating details that contain a certain relationship. So for example, here you will have a relationship that you want to make sure that it is updated. So this is the purpose of this method, to update all the relationship that are related to this model. So for example, if you have cells and you are updating them, so this method will also go and update the cell that is related to that specific model that you are updating or creating at that moment. So this is the purpose of this method. So that is a difference on this creating method, but everything else stays the same as the edit form. So you can see nothing changed much, but only how you save those data. So that's how and that is one of the important things that you have to notice. So if you want to know more about this save relationship, you have to check it from here. So you can see up here there is that, yeah, so there is an explanation here on this same documentation that we are using from the beginning. So down here you will see there is that explanation concerning with the save relationships. So this helps you to save the relationship for that specific model that you are creating at that moment. So that's how easy you can just do that. Right, so now let me focus on creating this one. So this should be created successful. This should be payment created, and then we should have something like that. And after that, now we need to add this on the payment method listing here. So we need to have the action here. So what we will do, we'll just add action, and then we are going to have make, and then we will call it create. Then we are going to have the URL, and then we are going to have an array function, and then here we are going to have the route, and then on that route we are going to direct our user to payment method create. So here we don't have yet a method, so let's go to web. Alright, so here now let's go to web.php, and now let's register the the payment method create. So what we'll do, I'll just copy this one and I'll use it here. Paste there and remove the gap, and this should be payment method. Let me copy this one here, and then this should be create payment method, and then this should be create payment method, and then now this is the one that we are going to do there on that listing here. Okay, now that's fine, and then after that this will work. So let's refresh. Now we have the create, and we have to pass the label to say create or add new. Refresh that, and then add new. Now we have the form here to add our payment method. So let's say this should be through credit, and you can handle these credits different as you wish. So this has been created successfully. For example, when users are selling for by credit, you can handle that functionality so that that sale will not be counted as paid, so you can make it to be unpaid, so it will be waiting for the customer to clear their credits. So that's what I was trying to explain, but for now I'll just create that just as one of the payment method. So that's how easy you can just do that. You can update, we've already seen that. All right, and now the next step is to update the customers, because we've already done that for users, payment method, items, and also inventory. So now let's finish up with customers. So from customers, that will be easy. Now let's close that. Now let's go to the customer, which is right here. Okay, now I'll copy the notification first. Now I'll go to create customer. I'll put it down here. I'll import that. Basically, let me remove this first. Then I'll say import all classes, and that should import the notification, right? So that's cool. And now let's say customer created successfully, customer created. Okay, so that's cool. Now let's update the form. So it's easy, just copy this, and now let's update it here. Okay, now let's import all classes. All right, so that's cool. Add the customer. Here we'll just say fill customer details. Fill, let's say new customer details, right? The same way we should have here the save relationships, and now we need to add that on customer listing. So we need to have an header action right here. So we say action, and then we are going to have make. So this should be create. The label should be add new, let's say customer, you can just put anything that you want there. And then we are going to have the URL, and then on that URL we are going to have an arrow function, and then here we are going to pass the route, and then we are going to define a route that we are going to pass there. So let's go to the web.php, and then now we are dealing with the customers. So now let's copy that, and then this should be create customer, and then this should be create customer, and then this should be customers create. So that's how easy you can just do that. Now this should be customers create on here. Now let's paste that. All right, now let's go back here, refresh, and now add a new customer. Now add in customer. Now let's try to add the customer details. Now submit. Now customer created. Now if we go back here, we can see the new customer was added successfully. So by saying so means that all our CRUD operations now are working well. So if they're working well, now the next step is to add the new page or the new Livewire component, which is called the POS page, which we will use to perform the cells. So here on cells, we will just show the cells that have been created using that specific page. So let's work on that. Okay, so the first step for this will be to create a new Livewire component. So let me just close all of this. Now let me update this one. So I'll just say updated and finalize all the CRUD operations. Now let me push that to GitHub. Okay, so that you guys can be able to access all the changes that I've made on our current application. Okay, now that is done. Now let's start to work on our POS page. Okay, so now we will start by creating a new Livewire component. So here I'm going to say PHP add some make Livewire POS, which will be our page. All right, so that has created the component class and the view. So now let's open the component class, which is this one, and then here we are going to define some of the key properties that we are going to have, properties that we are going to use on our component. So the first one will be the property that will store the list of our items that we are going to use. So here it will be items, so that will be the first one. The second one will be the one that stores the customers list that we are using to sell, and the third one will be the payment methods. So let's add the payment method. Okay, then the fourth one will be the one that is used to search for our items. So I'll just add search, and this by default I'll make it to be an empty string. And also we are going to have another one that will store the array of our cat. Okay, so it will be something like this. Right, so now after having these public properties that will be usable for managing our POS page, now I'll add the mount function to initialize these fields. So here I'll define a public function called mount, where if you want to understand more about mount, so this is one of the lifecycle hook method of Livewire. So you can just find those details on the Livewire documentation. So from here you can find the can check that from here, lifecycle hooks. So from here, if you open here, now you can see mount is one of the lifecycle hook method or action. So you can see, so this is called when your component is created. So only when you run the component, that's when this method will be executed. So if it will be executed, means that all the functionality that you've passed inside here will be performed. So now inside here we are going to load all the items. We are going to load customers. Then lastly, we are going to load the payment methods. Okay, so now starting with the payment method, we are going to assign that payment method on your payment method property, which is this one. Now we are going to fetch those details from payment method model, and then we are going to get all of the payment method that we have. The same applies to when you are loading customers. So here we are going to say customers, and this should be fetched from customer, which is our model. All right, now on the items, so we're going to assign the items that we are fetching from the item model, and then we are going to use this is with model, method or function, which will help us to do eager loading. So it will call all the related data by passing here the name of the relationship that we want. So I'll pass the name of the relationship, which is inventory, and then down here I'm going to get all the items that are active. So here I'm going to say where status, where status is active. Okay, and then I'm going to get those items. All right, but for clarity here, sometimes you may have items that their inventory is out, the inventory or stock is below, means it is, let's say 0. So we won't show those items on here because the user can't sell an item that is out of stock. So to do so, here I'm going to have a what we call it, a closure. So from that closure here, I'm going to do the following. Here I'll pass the builder. So this should be database eloquent builder, and then here we'll have the builder, and then inside this I'm going to use the builder to say where quantity is greater than 0. Okay, and then now terminate that, and now I want to push this a little bit forward. Let's push it up to here. Now I'll squeeze this back here. All right, so that's fine. And now I want to see if all of these details are being populated. So I'll dump here the items, and also I'll dump the customers. So this should be this, then customers the same way here, these items, and also this, then the payment methods. All right, so now let's terminate that, and now let's add this on web.php, which is here. Now let's put it here. Now we have a route, which will be a get route, and then we're going to call it POS, and then here we're going to pass the POS Livewire component, which should be a class, and then we are going to give it a name, which should be an empty route, and then we are going to call it POS, and then that POS we will add it on our sidebar as we did for other pages. Now let me copy one of these items. So this I'll add it here outside of any of these groups, so I'll add just there, and then here I'll call it just POS. So POS. Now here I'll say POS. All right. Now here I'll use the shopping bag. Okay. And now if we go back here and refresh, now you can see we have this new page here called POS. Now let me open that. Okay, method name must be a string. Okay, so I guess this is happening here on the builder. So this is the database eloquent builder. Okay, now let's see database eloquent. I guess this is the wrong one. Now let's try to import it again, and it should be query builder, database query builder. Now let's try this one, and now let's see. If we refresh here, method name must be a string. Okay, now as you can see here, it says the database eloquent builder have the issue, so the method name must be a string. All right, let's check out again here what we have. And here on with relationships, we have the inventory, and oh yeah, I guess this is where the issue comes in. So basically this with method actually accepted an array of relationship names, which may be an array or a string. So now that's why you see it says here the method should be a string. So it tried to treat this one as the string, so that's where the issue comes in. So instead of retrieving that data like that, what we can do, because this can accept an array, so what we can do here is, instead of accessing that directory, so what we can do, we can just do something like this. So we can pass an array, and inside it we can just say inventory, okay, and make it an associative array. So by making it an associative array, then we can call that function here as a closure, right? And then we are going to pass the builder. So here we're going to pass just a builder, and then we're going to use that to query or where the quantity is greater than 0, right? Okay, now let's try and see if this works. Yep, so you can see this works just fine. So that's how easy you can just do that. But there is another alternative that you can do. I'll just do it, but I'll comment it so that you can use it in other circumstances. So for example, down here, instead of doing that, now you can do something like this. So instead of passing this array here, you can just remove that, and instead of calling the with method directly, now you can just say where has, and here you are going to pass the name of the relationship. So the name of the relationship here will be the inventory, okay, and then here is where you can pass the closure. So from that, then you can pass the builder, okay, and now from that builder, now you can do the same thing. You can query for the items or the inventory that is its quantity is greater than 0, and then after that, down here is where you are going to call with, then pass the name of that specific relationship, okay. So now that's how easy you can do. So this will do like check all the items that has inventory which is greater than 0, and then you are going to call the relationship of items that already have been filtered to only items with the quantity greater than 0. So then you are going to call this, then you are going to check if their status is active, and then you are going to get those items. So if you go back here and refresh again, now still you can see the items have been fetched as usual. So that's the thing that we were doing. So basically I believe this is the best way to do it. So you can use this one or this one. So all of these will work just as usual. So I'll leave it so that if you want to do it or just use this one, you can use any of those, right? So now we can see all the data have been dumped successfully. So now let's refresh again our page. Now it should be blank. Okay, now let's continue with the functionality. Okay, so now after being able to add that functionality, now let's make sure the UI looks as we want. Okay, and before we go to the UI part, now we need to have properties for checkout, and these properties for checkout will be usable when you are submitting the form or the checkout process. So the first one will be to get the customer ID. By default, we are going to make it null. Also, we are going to have the payment method ID, which we are making it null by default. So we are initializing it with null value. Then we are going to have the paid amount, which by default we are going to initialize it to be 0. So this should be a public key property. Okay, and then we are going to call another method, property discount amount. So here there is a difference. You have to be careful here. What I'll implement now is a discount amount, which should be a flat amount. So this should be a flat amount and not a percentage. So if you want to implement the percentage wise, you should make sure that you handle that different from what I'm going to do. Okay, so after saying so, now let's visit the POS page, which is this one. So from here, I'll just remove everything, and then we will start to paste some of the codes that I have. So I already created the UI for this, so I'll just paste it here, and then I'll explain line by line so that you guys can understand what I'm doing. Okay, so here I'll paste the code, and it's not that long, so it will be easier for us to understand it. So let me squeeze that so that you can see. All right, so now let me close that and that too. All right, so here you can see I have an outer div, so I'll just compress, or I'll just collapse those, and then from here on outside you can see I have this outer div which starts from there and ends here. So this is just for acting as a container that will kill all of our details. So for now, if we go back here and refresh, so actually it will give us an error because we don't have some of the things that we need to do, which I'll show you in a minute. So here we'll have that outside container, and then on this div, let me collapse this and also this one. Then I have this heading, okay, which shows the product listing. Okay, so this will be the place where all our product will be listed, and then on this div actually is where we are going to store the search field. Okay, and if you want to use the session errors, you can use the session notification or alert, you can use this way, but because we are using filament, so I'll just use the filament ones, but I'll not remove this one because they have if conditions, so means that they will not be shown if you don't have any of these values on your session. Okay, so that is for showing that data. So now let me uncollapse this one or expand that one, and then on this is where we are going to store all our detail of item catalog. So from here, this is where we are going to store item listing. You can call it as item listing or item catalog. So and here this, and on this page I've designed it to be in a two-sided panel, so means this will be the left panel, so it will be the left panel, and basically this left panel will start from here. Okay, because here we have this div, let me just show you, and we have this div here, we have this title, means that this div here will be the left panel and this one will be the right panel. So what I'll do, I'll just differentiate those two so that you can see. So this will be the right panel. Okay, so now let's finish up with the left panel. So from here is where we are going to show the filtered items. So these filtered items, I'm going to show you how to add that in a minute. Okay, so we are going to use a computed property which is found on here. So computed properties on Livewire documentation here. So when you are creating them, you just need to add this attribute, and then after that, this method will act as a computed property. And if you want to know more about computed item, by simply it is just a way to create derived properties, and basically these derived properties will be accessible and they will be cached in your property, on your component, and then you will be able to access them on future use or on future requests. So that's how easy you can just do that but you can use another ways like using the property lifecycle hooks. So you can use the property lifecycle hooks like updated. You can use that to do that, but for now I've just used the computed properties for just simplicity. All right, so here is why we have this one. So I'll show you in a minute how to add that the computed property for that filtered items. Okay, now after having this list of items, we are going to loop on that list by using this for else. So this will for loop with an empty clause, means that if nothing will be inside this filtered items, so it will come and show the empty clause. So this empty clause, it will show that no product found. Okay, and then inside here on this list, we are going to show the div which will have the item image, which is this one. So this is just a placeholder for item image if you added the images on that item. And then here we are going to show the item name in header 3, and then we are going to show the SKU here. Then lastly is the price. After that, we are going to have the button to add to cart. So on this button, you can see we have the function called add to cart, which we are going to create in a minute. And then here we are passing the ID of that specific item that you are adding to the cart. So that's all on the left side of that panel. Now let's go to the right side. So on the right panel, here we are going to have the checkout, and basically that's where you are going to have the list of items on your cart that you have added through the left panel. So now just imagine it, because I'm going to show you how it works now. And then we are going to have this div which will store all the cart details. So on the cart details, we are going to loop on this cart which we have created here. So we are going to loop on this cart, which will be an array, and then we are creating that object which is called the cart item. And then inside that we have this div which stores and shows the details of that item. So here we are going to access the item name, SKU, and then the price. Basically we are formatting it to be in the numbers, and then we are going to have the decimal places of only 2. After that, now the user may be able to update the quantity of that item inside the cart. So this is how easy we are just doing that by using the wire model live. Then we have the debounce of 500 milliseconds. This serves as a good way to reduce the number of requests that you are going to do, because when you just put it to be live, means that when user are changing the quantity, on every change there will be a request to the server. So but when you put this debounce, means that it will pause the request for 500 milliseconds, and then after that it will send the next request. So this will help to reduce the number of requests to your server. All right, the other thing is just the styling of that specific field, and here the type of that field is number, and then the minimum is 1, and then you have the button which will be sided to that one, because here we have the flex. So means that this one but item and the button will be laying side by side, and then we are going to have the wire click on that button, which is an event which will call this method or action in Livewire terms. It will call this action, which is called the remove from cart, and then we are going to pass the ID of that cart item. Okay, and then here is just a styling of that specific button, and then here we have that which will act as a label for that specific button. And then for else means that it should have the empty clause. So means that if this is false, basically it will jump and show that your cart is empty. So after that, down here is where we are going to do the checkout process. So here is where the checkout starts. Okay, so the checkout starts from here. So let me collapse that one. Okay, from here on checkout we have this div. Let me close some of the things that I don't want to show you first. Okay, now let me close that too. All right, so from here we have this div that shows down here we have the label for the customer. So you can see here is where your user will be able to select the customer from the customers list. So this customers list is the one that we've loaded here, okay, and stored it inside this customers public property. So that public property is right here, and then we are looping through each, and then we are going to get that customer, and then we are showing the ID of that specific customer here, and also the name. All right, and then after that, after user being able to select a customer, now the user can be able to select the payment method. So this label will serve to show the payment method, and here the user will be able to select the payment method, which will run through the payment method that we have here, and then we are going to show the name of that payment method, but on value we are going to get the ID of that specific payment method. All right, and down here we are going to have the field of amount, which will store the discount amount for that specific cell, and here you can see is where the user will be able to add their flat discount. Remember I said here the discount that I'm using is not a percentage discount, this is just a flat amount. So you just put the number there, and then it will just remove from the total amount of that specific cell. All right, and here I'm using the live_then.blur, which is different from the live.debounce. So when you are using .blur, means that the request will only be sent when the the user leaves the button. So the focus of that input when is leave, then where is the request will be sent. So I'll just show you that how this works, and then after that down here we have this span that will be used to show the total, the subtotal amount for that specific cell. We have just formatted it to be a number, and then to have the decimal places of 2. Also we have another label for tax. So this is just will be a dummy tax, because I don't configure any tax on my system. So this will be a dummy tax. So that will be just a placeholder for that. If you want to add any tax configurations, that will be useful, and we will show how to get those tax. So we'll use the computed property to add that, the same way we are using for subtotal, also for the total before discount, and then for the discount, and after that we are having the final total, which will be derived by adding all of these or by subtracting any of that. So we are going to have the total, and then here we are going to have the change given. Okay, so you can name that as change given. Okay, and then I'll show you how to calculate the change. Okay, now let me collapse that, and now here is where we are going to have the field for the user enter the paid amount, the same way it uses the live.blur. I'll show you how that works. And then this is the number type, and then we have the minimum of 0, but also we have the button, which will be the final button to complete the cell. Okay, so this button will actually be calling this action or method called the checkout. So we are going to create all of these properties by using the computed property and everything that we see here, and then this page will work just as we want. Okay, now first thing, as you can see here, our application is demanding us to have this property called the filtered items. So as we have seen here, the filtered items are required here, not that are required here, as you can see. So we are going to the computed property here. So what we are going to do is to create a method called filtered items, and then from that function we are going to have an if condition, and this if condition basically will be to check if the user has searched for any of the item, because that's where we are going to filter our items. So we are going to check if the search property, if search property is empty, means if it's empty we are going to return the items that were loaded here. But if this is not empty, means that there is any item on your search box here. So our search box is right here, and we have the model, then live, means that it will be sending request as user is passing any changes on that field. So if that field is not empty, means we are going to return the filtered list of items. So here we are going to say items will be equals, basically we can just use the filter function, and then from that filter function we can pass a closure. Okay, on that closure we are going to pass the item as our parameter, and then here we are going to return, so return a string that contains, so we are going to filter for that specific items that were computed for us. So here we are going to say string computed, string that contains, okay, then we are going to check for item, then name. Okay, that's how easy you can just do that. But this should actually receive two parameters. So the high stack means that is the data that you want to check, and the second one is the needle. So the needle will be the search term that we want to compare with this one. So here we are going to, so here we are going to have the search term. Okay, and then now we can terminate here, and also you have to terminate here. Okay, so if the user is searching only for the name, that will be fine. But if the user will be checking for more than the name, means that we need to have a way to check for that too. So to do so, we are going to have here the or, like that way, and then you're just going to have another string contain, which will help us to filter the items. And then here, instead of checking the name, then we are going to use SKU. Okay, so now means that we can be able to search our items. All right, but to finalize this, as we have seen here from Livewire documentation, in order for that property to be computed, you need to have this computed attribute. So here we are going to add the computed attribute like this, then just say computed. computed this one, all right, like that way, and make sure you've imported it like this one, all right. That's how easy you can just do that. But here for clarity, because the user can enter, let's say, the capital letters for the name, let's say, so it means this will not work, because this will just check for exactly the cases that the user has entered. So in order for us to be on the safe side, we can just put this one to be in lowercase. So we can just say string to lower, all right, and the same way to the search term, because we want to make them to be matching as possible as we can. So here we are going to say string to lower, so means that the value that is coming from the database, which was stored on items, and the value that the user has entered on the UI should also be on lower cases. So when we are matching them, so that they can be able to match them by high percentage. So that's the why we are using the string to lower, okay. The same way we are going to use here string to lower, also on SKU here string lower, right. So now we are able to have the filtered item. So now if we go back here, this will not be the error again. Now it should point to another error, which is subtotal, okay. So now let's add the subtotal attribute, means the computed property, right. So now let's go down here and we are going to add that here. Okay, so I'll start by adding the computed attribute, and then I'll create a public key property. Remember what we discussed there on the documentation. Here it is mentioned that computed properties are particularly useful in combination with the components public key properties. So means it works and it is useful with the public key properties. So you cannot use this on private or protected properties. So I'll use it on public key properties only. So function, then subtotal, then on that method is where we are going to collect by using the collect method. Then this, then all the data that are stored on the cart, okay. Then we are going to sum. What we are going to sum, let's pass here the arrow function basically, and then from that arrow function we are going to get the item, and then from that item we are going to get the price from that array, because cat, this is an array, so you can see this is an array. So we are going to get the price here, and then we are going to multiply it by the quantity. Why we are applying it by the quantity is because an item have the specific price, but the quantity can change drastically in your cart. So that's why here we are considering to add the quantity and multiply it here, right. Now it will be like that. So this is how we are getting the subtotal. Basically is where that you should get the price of that item times the quantity that item is found on that specific CRUD. So that's how you're getting the subtotal for that specific item. Okay, and by using this one means that it will loop to all the items that are found inside our CRUD. Okay, now as we know, we have the tags that I showed you. So here I'm going to have a placeholder or tags. Okay, also I'm going to use the computed property, computed. Okay, now we are going to have the public property, which will be function tags. Okay, now on that tags we are going to return the subtotal that we have, and then we are going to plus the tags. Okay, this then tags. Okay, so this will be cool because the tags will be just let's say okay, no, this should be not plus tax. No, this should be multiplied by the amount of tax that you are going to charge on each of the items basically. So here you are going to do something like I just say this, just a placeholder, so means that this will be 55% of your item, let's say. So you are charging that amount of tax. Okay, after that then we want to get the total before doing a discount. So to get the total before doing discount, we are using another computed property, and we are going to define a public function called total before discount. Okay, and here is where we are going to return. So make sure you return first here. Return this subtotal basically. That's where it will be added to the tax, because already we have get the tax here from here, so means that we can use it anywhere. So that's why we are using the computed properties, so that you can use here, or you can access them on your blade file. Okay, and now after having that, now let's be able to compute the total. So computed, and now public function total. Oh, this should be function. Okay, and here we are going to return this, then subtotal plus basically we cannot get the subtotal directory, so what we can do here, we need to get the discounted amount. So to get the discounted amount means we have to calculate the discounted amount first. So let me comment this first, then let me do the discounted amount. Let's do that. And basically here, to get the discounted total means we can do something like this. Discounted total should be the total before discount. So this should be total before discount which we have already created here. So we found it here by using the subtotal plus the tax that you are going to charge on that cell, okay, and then we'll minus the discount amount, which will be the flat amount, okay, of discount. So discount amount, like that way. Remove that, and from there means we can have the discounted amount. By having the discounted amount means that that is the one that we are going to return here, okay. So here we are going to return the discounted amount instead of this one, so the discounted amount. But basically we have to, okay, now after that we need to find a way, because now here it will ask for what now, for the change basically. Now let's show how to calculate the change. So to get the change, basically we are going to use the computed property again. So computed property, we are going to get the public function change, and basically if you are using Livewire 2, this is different. So by using Livewire 2 you will have something like this, so you can check from Livewire 2 here. So Livewire 2 computed properties were defined in a different way somehow, so you can just do something like this. Let me show you. Properties. Now let's find the properties. Properties. Now this is one, and then from properties here you will find the computed properties, and this is how you are going to define the computed property. And you can see, so that's how they were defined, and then you can use it like this way. So that's how easy you can just do that. But if you are using Livewire 3 as I do, and that is how you can do it. So it's just easy. You just add the computed here, and then Livewire will do that automatic for you. Okay, so now down here we are going to have an if condition which will check if the paid amount is greater than the total. Means that we can find we can give change if the user has paid more than what was supposed to be paid. Okay, so means we are going to check if the paid amount is greater than the final total, which is this one. Okay, if that's so, this should be like this way, right? Okay, and now is where we are going to return the paid amount minus this, then total. Okay, but if the paid amount is not greater than total, means that we are going just to return a change of 0 or nothing, right? So after adding that, now if we go back to our application, now you should see, so the view at least has been shown. So what we are going to do here, I'm just going to run npm run dev. So this should be bundle asset, and all the changes that we are doing will be reflected. Okay, now it's running. Let's go back to the page, and now let's refresh it. Okay, now you can see this is how it looks like. So you can see here we have the products, we have the product listing here. So you can see we have the add to cart, you see. We have the image placeholder, we have the name, SKU, and the price of that specific item. So this currency is just a normal thing. So because for consistency, because we've used the dollars from the beginning, so I'll just do the same thing here. Okay, now let's check out here. Now let's change that to be dollar. Basically what we can do, we can just do that so that it will find everywhere that we have used that and change that to dollar. Okay, so that will be fine. Now if we go back here, and you can see everything will be updated to dollars. So you can see all of here it is in dollars. Okay, so that's cool. Now you can see the cart is empty. So now we've not implemented a way to add the cart item to the cart. Basically, if you click this, it will throw an error because we don't have that public method. So now let's implement the add to cart method. Okay, now let's go back here and let's do that public function add to cart, like that way, right? Okay, now on add to cart means that we can add an item by passing down the ID of that specific item. So means here we should have a way to accept that parameter. So to do so, we are going to have item then ID. So that will be the parameter for accepting the ID that is coming from the view or from the blade file. And then here we are going to do the following. So the quantity that we have currently in our cart, so we need to retrieve that here. So we are going to say current quantity, and basically I'll show you why we need this then cart, because this is an array, means that we can fetch that item ID and we can get its quantity. Okay, like that way. And here is how we are going to get that current quantity of that specific item inside the cart, right? And now here we are going to check if the current quantity is greater than or equal to the inventory amount or quantity of that specific item. So we don't want the user to sell items more than what we have in our stock. So to do so, here we are going to say if the current quantity is greater than or equal to inventory, then we are going to access the quantity. Okay, so like that way. And then we are going to say okay, now we can't use the inventory. Why? Because we need to find a way to get this inventory. So to do so, here before doing that means we need to go access the item from DB and then get its inventory amount. Okay, so here what we are going to do is to get the item. So means we are going to say item, which is our model, and then we are going to use the find method, and then we are going to find the item ID that we have passed there, and then we are going to get the inventory here. From the inventory means that's where we are going to use it down there. So we are going to say inventory, then where item ID will be equals to that item ID. Then we are going to get the first value, and we return only one row that matches that where clause. And then here we are going to check if the inventory, or the inventory quantity of that specific item is less than or equals to 0, means we were supposed to show a notification to our user that this item cannot be sold because that item is out of stock. So let's just do that. Let's do that, and the title, oh, why this is not working as I expect. Authentication, we need to import that correctly. Let's import that to be filament notification, and then here we are going to have the title, okay. So this is view component. Okay, why this is happening? Filament notification. Okay, now let's finish up this to say this item is out of stock. Okay, so that's cool. Now let's add the method to make sure that this is the danger, and then we should say send, so that will notify our user that the item is out of stock. That's cool. And then now here is where we are going to check if the current quantity of that item on the card is greater than the value that is found from the stock or inventory. So here we are going to check for that, and if that happens, means we are going to show another notification here which will say we cannot add more than a certain amount which is found from the inventory. So we cannot add more, and we can say only, let's say inventory, then quantity in stock. Okay, now this does not work. Let's use the double quotes, so this way. That's cool. And now we can send that notification, and then here you should return nothing. If you return nothing, means that the execution of adding that item to the cart will be stopped, the same way to here. So return nothing. Okay, but if that item on the cart is not greater than the amount that we can add, now we can have an else here, which will allow us to add that item to the cart basically. So what we are going to do here, and basically before doing that, here we can have another check here. So what we are going to check, we are going to check if that item is set on the cart, because we can just try to access this item, but if it's not found on that cart, means it will give us an issue. So what we are going to do, we are going to use is set method or function, and then this will have the cart, and then we are going to check for that specific item, and if it is set, that's where we are going to execute these checks. So let me paste that. Okay, now after that, here down is where we are going to have an else, but here if this is not happening, means that that item we can add more we can add more quantity. So if we can add more quantity, means down here we can add more items. How you're going to add is by incrementing the amount of that item in that cart. So we're going to add the item ID, then the quantity, then we are going to increment that way, means that we are going to add one item, okay, that way. So it means that if this does not happen, means that this should run, okay. But if the item is not set on the card, means that it's not part of this card, means it's the new item, so we need to add that item to the card. So to add that item to the card, we are going to say cart, then item ID, and then we are going to have an array of details that we want to add on our cart. So basically the cart will be an associative array, so we can have the ID of that specific item, which should be item, then ID. We can have the name, okay, and then we can have SKU, but it's not necessary for you to add all of these, but it's important because when you are creating the cell, all of these will be required. So that's why that is important for us to add now, and this will be the price at sale, okay, and the last one will be the quantities, quantity, okay, quantity, okay, like this way. And then here we should add 1, because that will be the first time that that item is added to the cart, okay. After that, now we need to find a way to remove the items from the cart. So to do so, here we are going to find a way to remove items from the cart, okay, cart. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a function. Basically this will be just a normal public method called remove from cart, okay. that way. But we should accept an item ID as a parameter, and then down here we are going to unset, because that is cat is an array. So if it is an array, means you can use unset to destroy the specified variable, okay, from that specific array. So here we are going to say this, then cat, which is an array, and then we are going to say item ID and terminate that. So means that the item will be removed from that cat. Why? Because here you can see we have that button to remove, which is this one, and it passes the item ID by calling this action or method called remove from cat. So you can see we are passing the item ID there. So that's how easy you can just remove the item. But also the user can be able to update the quantity of, let's say, of item on the cart. So to do so means we need to have an action or method for updating the quantity on the item on the cart for that item. All right. So now let's define a public function update quantity. Okay, and then we should also accept an item ID as our parameter, and then basically we need to also update the to get the quantity right, and inside here is where we are going to perform the functionality. So the first thing is to ensure that quantity of an item is not less than 1. Why? Because we don't want to go below 1, because that will give us error on our cart. So what we are going to do, we are going to get the quantity of that item by checking if that quantity is greater than 1. So to do so, easily we are going to use the max function, which will return, which will compare the two values or more values. By comparing them, it will find for the highest value. So to do so, here we are going to say if it is not less than 1, then we are going to say integer. So we type hint here, and then we are going to pass the quantity. Okay, so it means that this will be the quantity that is coming from the view here, because here the user can be able to update the quantity. Okay, after that, now down here we are going to have an if condition to say if the quantity is greater than the inventory okay, we didn't get the inventory for that specific item. So here let's get inventory. So inventory equals inventory, and then we are going to say where item ID will be equals to the item ID. Okay, and then we are going to get the first row, and then here is where we can be able to use that quantity from that inventory. So quantity, and so if it's greater than that, we should say we cannot add more than that specific amount. So we can use this method again, notification basically. We can use that notification there. And then after saying so, means we are going to make sure that the quantity within the cart remains or will be the same with the quantity from that inventory. So means that we want to only make sure that the user cannot sell more than what we have from the stock. So we are going to say this cart, then item ID, and then the quantity should be the same as the inventory, then the quantity. Okay. After that, now we can have an else if the quantity is not greater than the quantity from the inventory. So we are going to say the same thing. So here we are going to have this value assigned to the value of that specific item in the cart. Okay, item ID, then quantity, then we are going to assign it to the quantity. Okay, like that way. And now we have all of these: remove cart, update quantity, add to cart. Okay, and now what we have left with is the way to complete our checkout. So now if we go back here and refresh, okay, now you can be able to search for the item. So you can just say new item, and now you can see if we add, now you can see the item has been added to the cart. You can see if you update that, you can see the values are being changing here. So you can see the value is this one, the tax will be this one, and the total before discount will be that one. So means this one plus this one, and then the discount is 0, so that will be the final total. And then you can see if the user paid, let's say $1,000, and then if you go out of focus, so this is where the blur, live.blur comes in. So if you see from here, that's what I was trying to explain. So here on this field, so that's where I'm using the live.blur. So means that the network request will not be sent until you left that focus. So for example, if I click outside, you can see this is changing. So that's when the request will be sent to the server. So now if I click again, you can see the change given has been changing. Now let's do that. Okay, so now you can add the discount the same way to this one. So let's say out of 811.9, we should let's say give a discount of, let's say, $150. Now let's click outside. Now you can see we have the discount of that amount, and now the user should pay for only that amount. And if the user paid for that specific amount, means that the change given will be 0, and you should be able to complete the sale. But now we don't have that checkout method in our backend. So to do so, we need to add that functionality. So let's do that in a quick way so that you guys can see this in action. So now let's go back to POS here, and here we are going to finish out with the checkout. Okay, now let's define the public function checkout, right? Now we are going to, first of all, you need to check if the cart is not empty, because if user will click complete sell button without adding anything from the cart, we don't want to perform anything on database side. So what we are going to do, we are going to check if the cart is empty. So means that if the cart is empty, okay, if cart is empty, then here we are going to return a notification. Title notification make, then the title, which should say failed sell, and then we should have a body that says cart is empty. Okay, and then this should be a danger notification, and here we should send that notification. All right, now let's try that if works. Now without adding any item, now let's try to complete sell. Now you can see failed sell, your cart is empty, so the notification has been pushed successful. Now down here we are going to check for validation. So this will be the basic validation for if the paid amount is less than total. So we don't want our user to be paid less than that amount. Okay, so for paid amount, okay, so what we are going to do, we are having an if condition right here, and this, then paid amount is less than total. So easy. If this is less than this, means that the user has paid less than what you were supposed to be paid. So we need to also return here, but basically here we were supposed to return nothing, as we are going to do here, return nothing, like that. And now if we go back here, okay, and let's say you added that item, and then instead of a user to pay, so complete sell means that this should not say your cart is empty. Let's update the notification. Should say paid amount here, paid amount is less than total. Okay, and now if we refresh again, and add that item, and let's try to complete sell. Now you can see paid amount is less than total, so means that you should add the amount there. All right, now here we are going to create the cell, but in order for us to be in a safe side, we are going to use database transactions. So means if there is any error that will be thrown when we are doing the database transactions means we are going to roll back all the data that we are saved. So this is helpful because sometimes, let's say the user were performing that operation and let's say something happened that stopped that transaction from complete. So we don't want to have the incomplete data in your database. So by saying so, let's first call the DB here, and then we are going to call the begin transaction method right here. So import this facade. Now let's import this one. Okay, and then down here we are going to create a cell. So what we are going to say is cell will be equals to cell, which is our model, which is this one, and then we are going to say create. Then we are going to create from the CRUD basically. So we are going to say the cell ID no, this is a cell. So if that is a cell, we don't have that field. So what we are going to do, we are going to say the total. Let me check what fields do we have here. So we have the custom ID, payment method, total, paid amount, and discount. So we have total here, and then we are going to add that total that we have from the computed property. So let's have total. Okay, and then we are going to have the paid amount, which will come from the paid amount, and we are going to have the customer ID and also the payment method ID. So all of these we have already defined them, so that's why you see I'm just using them. So customer ID, see, because all of these will be populated from here, right here. So you can see this is the payment method, and when you will change that, it will be binded to this property. So we have wire model here, so this will be the value of that specific customer or payment method. So after that, we also have the discount. So the discount means that we store the flat discount amount. Okay, as I've mentioned before, so here we are going to call the discount amount. Okay, so now we are cool on the cell, so the cell will be updated successfully. Now let's create the cell items. Okay, so this will be coming from the CRUD now, because the cell is just storing the details of that specific cell. So the total amount, paid amount, custom ID, payment method, and the discount for all of that cell. Now we want to create the cell items. So to create that, we are going to loop through our CRUD. So here we are going to say for each of our CRUD, then we are going to create this item. Okay, and then from that item is where we are going to create the cell item. So this should be cell item. So here we are going to call the create method again, and then here we are going to say the cell then ID will be equals to cell then ID, means that we are referencing from here. Okay, now we are going to have the item ID, which will be coming from the CRUD. So here we are going to say item then ID. Here we are going to have the quantity, so it will be quantity. Okay, so they should be quantity that way. And also we need to store the price at that selling time, and this should be item then price. Okay, then after that we need to update the inventory or the stock. So update the stock, which means we are going to get the inventory that each of that item inventory, where item ID equals to item, which is our item from the CRUD, then ID. Okay, now we are going to get the first row that will match that condition, and then we are going to check if inventory is true, means that it has any data, then it is where we are going to say inventory, then quantity. We are going to remove item, then the amount from the CRUD. Okay, and then we are going to save the inventory, save. Okay, so this is what it does. It will just remove the item, so it will minus the item. So if it were this way, this is pending, but this, it will remove that quantity amount. So it will check the quantity, and that will be the amount that will be decremented on here. Okay, so after doing that, now down here is where we are going to say db then commit, and we are going to reset our CRUD. Okay, so here we are going to say this, then CRUD, then it should be empty. Okay, and then we are going to reset other fields, reset other fields, reset other properties. Basically these are properties. So now we are going to reset this search. We are going to return it to be empty string. We are going to reset the customer ID, be null again, the same way to payment method ID, and then the paid amount, we return it to 0. The discount amount, then we return it to 0. After that, we want to notify our user, so filament notification, then make, then we are going to post a title saying success sell. Then we are going to have a body that says sell was made successful. Basically, that sounds good. Successful. Okay. Then this should be a success notification, and then we should send that notification. Okay. Here. Yep. So this will work just fine. But if by any chance it happens that any of this operation has failed, we will get an error. But that error, it will be not easy to see it. So that's why I'll introduce the try and catch block. So what I'll do, I'll just put the try there, and then I'm going to close it down here. Okay, and this should be an exception. Okay, and then we are going to throw an error here. But if that happens, we are going to roll back our changes. So this should be roll back. Okay, and here we are going to show the message with something to give a user where to start off to debug. Okay, so here we are going to say failed complete the cell. Let's say try again. Okay, so that's cool, and this should be a danger. Okay, and that's all. So I guess now this will work just fine for us. Now let's go and try everything that we have done here. Okay, so now let's try to add the item, this one, you can see. Now let's try to check out. It will give us an error, so we need to put the paid amount, which is 47.2, and then now complete success cell. Wow, so this is cool. Now let's go to the cell. Now you can see we have this. Delete means that here there is a data, but we didn't have the fields to show that values. So what we are going to do, let's go to the cell listing, here, and now let's add the fields right here. Okay, what we are going to do here is to add the fields. So let's say text column. So the first one will be the item dot name, means we are calling that name from the relationship, because on cell we have the relationship to the item, we have the relationship to the sales item. So basically that's not what I was talking to. Basically we can start to show the customer name. Okay, if we have customer relationship here, we can do the same. So we can put something like that, so we can get the customer's name. So if we go back here, now we should see the name of the customer here. Okay, now refresh again. Still we don't see anything. Now let's see if we add another data like total and discount, and also we have paid amount. And now let's see what do we get here. Okay, this one expecting that. Let's see from here, what do we have? Refresh again. Yep, so you can see we have the total and we have this the page, and we don't see the customer. Why? This is customer. Okay, we can just query here. We can just say with customer. Okay, now let's try. Still we don't get the customer. Okay, but if we populate the customer ID, let's see what we get here. Nothing. Now let's check on our database on cell. Okay, no, customer ID was not populated, even the payment method ID. Yeah, because we didn't select those, so that's why we don't have anything here. So that's not a thing to worry about. So this was right. And also we need to show the payment method. So let's copy that. We need to show it down here. Okay, so this will be the payment method. So use the relationship name from here, this one, payment method dot name, right? So that's cool. And now we should make this one to be sortable, and also this one to be sortable. Okay, yep. So after that you can add the other things like filters. We don't have any header action, and also I don't want a user to be able to edit this cell, but they can only be able to delete it. And this is where you can add the role and permissions in your application. So you can add where the user is allowed to delete or not, so you can add those functionality to check. And for now, if we go back here and try to sell again, and now let's sell more items. So for example, you can add those 3 items, and let's say 4, 6. So we have 6 items. Now let's select the customer and also the payment to be, let's say, mobile money. And now we have that amount. So now let's give the discount of only $5, and now the user should pay this amount, which is 124.03. Now let's complete the cell. Now the cell was complete. Now let's go back to the cells. Now you can see the name of the customer, the total amount that they paid, the total amount that we were supposed, and the discount there. So now let's give these the currencies. So what we are going to do is, this should be, let's say, money, and that will give the field the $ as the default currency. So put this to be money, and now you can see we have the $ here, and yep, so that's cool. But you may also be able to show the items that were sold and their quantities, because that will be important here, because we don't have the way to view in or to drill into this cell. So to do so, what we can do, we can have a field here. So let me just add another field here, text column, then make, and then I can just say items basically, and then we can just say because we have the relationship to cell items with that one, cell items dot name, okay, and then from here we can just say, let's say bulleted, and we can just say expanded limited list, then we can limit to only 2 items, and then the other one you should expand them. And now let's see, refresh, cell items is not shown. Now let's add here the other relationship, so let's put it this way, and let's call the cell items. Okay, now that, now let's go back here, now refresh again, still nothing. Okay, now let's see, cells item. Okay, yeah, I guess here I have an issue. So we are supposed to come here, and then from there we can be able to get the item relationship. So we, instead of accessing the name directory, should access the item and then name. Okay, so that will be cool. Now let's see. Yep, so you can see, and now let's do the limit. This should not be like that way. It's not this limit that I'm, let me say limit list to only 2. Yep, that's what I was trying to do. Yep, so you can see, so on the first cell we sold only 1 item. So here we can just change this from item, so we can just say label, you can just say sold the items. Okay, so that sounds cool. And now let's try here. Yep, so sold the items, so we just sold 1 item. On this we sold more than 6, so you can see the first one, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Yep, so you can see these are the items, and you can just collapse them and expand them. So that's cool, and that's a way better to show it. So you can show their quantities and everything like that, but if you want to have more details about the cells, you can add the view functionality here. So that will help you to go to the view page, and that view page will help you to will see the details of your cells. So for that, I believe that is important, and it just work as you may need. So now let's go back to the dashboard here. So on dashboard, I want to show you the widgets, and from that widgets, it will be the conclusion for a beautiful project that we've created now. So we have the POS, which is working perfect. So this, you can use it to put it in your portfolio or anything that you want. Do it whatever you want. So from this project, I will put it on my GitHub, so you can be able to go after that. So from there, you can add the images, you can add any other functionalities. Okay, you can implement the tags, so you can implement more complex functionalities from this simple ground that we have. Okay, and now by saying so, I want to ask for you, if you are new to the channel, consider to subscribe, share my videos, like them, and if you find that these videos are important to you, you can do a way to support me by sharing my videos or doing anything that you feel it will be a way to show some appreciation for the hard work that you have done. And for now, let's work on the dashboard. So here on the dashboard, you need to go back to the documentation, and here on the widgets, basically on components, you will find a way to render a widget. Okay, so make sure you've installed the widget. So let me close that, and also let me commit this one so that you guys can understand where I was doing the POS. So here I can say added the POS functionality, and sales page listing. Okay, yeah, so that's cool. Now let's push that, and after that, now let's go back to the documentation. So make sure you've installed the filament widgets. So make sure here you have the filament widgets, which is this one. So after that, because we have that, now in order for you to make a widget, you just use this command. So php filament widget, and then it will generate a new widget, and then to render that widget, you will just use something like this. So that's cool. So what we are going to do, let me just use this terminal. So php artisan make filament widget. So this will ask us for the name of the widget that we want to do. So the first widget that I'll do, basically I'll just show you some of the widgets that we can do. So for example, the first one will be the number of items, the number of users. We can have the number of customers, payment methods, and then here we can show the latest sales, and I believe that will be fine. So for the simplest dashboard, that will be cool. So here we can just say application starts. Okay, so this will be the stats overview, so it will be this one. So let me just put it to stats overview. Okay, and now after adding that, I want to add another one, which will be the table. for showing the latest cells. So let's put that to be latest cells. So this should be the table. So the model will be cell is okay. Now that's cool. Now we have these new components. So we have the application overview, which is this one. So to add a widget, basically, you have to go back here to the widgets, and you can start with this one because we have the stats overview widgets. Okay, so here this is simplest way of adding the stats. So for example, I can put something like that, and then we need to show it here. So to do so, we are going to reference that to the dashboard. How is by rendering it like this way. So let me just show you rendering a widget. Widget. Okay, let's see. And basically, it's just rendering it as a normal Livewire component. So from here, instead of having those kind of things, now let's remove this, the inner grids, and then we can just show the Livewire component, and then here we can reference that component, which you can use this way. Entering a widget. So you see, this is how you are doing it. So let's copy that there, and then we are going to say application stats. Okay, then this should be class. Yep. Now let's go back to the dashboard. And now you can see this is how cool it looks like. Okay, so now we need to show the details of our real details. So for example, I said the first one can be the number of items. Okay, and here I can just say item, then count, and we can have the number of users. You can also do that. So let's say user. So these are the simplest stats that you can have, but you can add the way that you feel it fits your needs. And here you can say number of cells. Okay, just say cell, then count. Okay, you can add like the cells of today, the cells of this month, the cells of the year, and you can add the filters to filter these data. So this is just the simplest thing that you can have. Okay, now if you refresh, you can see we have the number of items, number of users, and number of cells. Now let's show the latest cells. So the latest cells, let me do something like this. Okay, so I'll have a div, and then I'll try to do something like this. Okay, so now it will be like this, and here I'll reference the latest cells. Okay, now let's see. Okay, now let's go to this. Yep, so import this one with the actual data, and what you can do, you can just copy the listing on cells. So you can just copy this, and then we can just replace this one and import all classes, and that's cool. Now let's see. Yep, so you can see the latest cells, you can see the details, and everything is cool as you wish. Okay, so that's how easy our application has get. So remember, we were using just a normal Livewire with the help of Filament 4. So basically Filament 4 has just released a couple of days. So this was the new opportunity for you guys to learn it. So if you are new to Filament PHP, basically I have a video that I'll share with you on the link on the description basically, and I'll create another videos that will show you more how to use Filament and Livewire in your tile stack applications if you are more interested in creating full stack applications. So this is the right channel for you to learn. So you can see from here, if you go to the light mode, this is how our application looks like. So you can see it is very cool. You can see, so you can add other functionalities that you want. So this is just a grounding of your more or in the next project. So this is how cool it is. See, and basically if you want to see the inventories that are changing, you can just try to use these ones. For example, the first item, try to sell it. Now it is 778. Now let's sell it. Let's say sell let's say 5 items, and then let's pay for 235.98. now sell. Okay, so we've just sold a certain amount, and now if we go back to the inventory, now you see, so the amount was reduced. So that's how cool this works. And if you go back here, you can see, but also here on items you can show the quantity of that inventory. How is just easy, just to go to the items listing here, and we can show the quantity here. How is by doing something like this, something like that. This is not searchable, it will be just like this. So on item we have the inventory relationship. So what we'll do, we'll just put that, and then we can just say inventory, then quantity. Okay, like that way. Okay, now you can see the inventory has been shown there, and I like to make this to be in badge. And that's how cool it will be. So from the items side, you just be able to see the inventory, and that's how easy it is to show those related data basically. So you can see the sales that we have done, and you can see it works just perfect. Okay, so this is cool, and I believe you guys this was one of the cool project that you can have for you if you are new to Livewire and tile stack at all. So this will be a good starting point for you to build something great. So for the recap, this is what we have built. Okay, we were seeing the power of Livewire and the Filament at all. So you can see this is how cool it is. So by saying so, I'd like to say this is the end of our project.